Section 1 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There are circumstances in the personal career of Franz Schubert and in the history of his principal works which render his position amongst his fellow workers in music, and indeed in art generally, peculiar, if not unique. He lived not for himself, nor for those of his own time. This may be said of many men of genius who, misjudged and misunderstood by their own generation, have afterwards come to be accounted among the world's great ones. But Schubert suffered less from opposition, prejudice and envy than from simple lack of recognition. If we consider his life in the abstract, it is that of an obscure individual who gained a scanty livelihood, first as a schoolteacher and afterwards as a musician, who occupied his spare time with compositions of all kinds which publishers looked upon with indifference, grudgingly accepting a few towards the close of their author's life. There is nothing here distinguishable from the experience of numberless humble workers in the art of music, who pursue their useful but insignificant course and vanish from sight and memory at one and the same time. Not for Schubert the varied experience among noble and princely patrons of music which Handel, Haydn, Mozart and Beethoven enjoyed and suffered, not for him the sunny existence of Mendelssohn or the immediate popularity of Weber. Life for him was commonplace, dreary and even sordid. And yet, if we dwell but for an instant on the romantic and poetical in music, the name of Schubert is the first which rises to our lips. The mighty power of genius, defiant of circumstance and surrounding, was surely never better illustrated than in the master whose place and mission in the world are to form the subject of this volume. The Schuberts were natives of Zuckmantel, in Austrian Silesia. Franz Schubert, the father of the composer, held an appointment as the parish schoolmaster of Lixenthal and became very prosperous in his vocation. He first married Elizabeth Fitz, a cook, by whom he had 14 children, of whom, fortunately, only 5 survived. These were named Ignaz, Ferdinand, Karl, Franz and Therese. His wife died in 1812. And next year Franz the elder married Anna Klavenbock, the daughter of a mechanic, 5 more children being the result. Franz Peter Schubert was born on January the 31st, 1797 at Himmelpfortgrund, number 72 Lichtental, Vienna. The elements of music are included in the curriculum of a German schoolmaster, and consequently little Franz found no hindrance in attaining the principles of the art towards which he manifested, at the earliest age, a remarkable predilection. At first he was his own teacher, and when old enough to receive regular instruction, it was found that he had already mastered much of the groundwork of music. At 8, his father commenced to teach him the violin, and he could soon take his part in easy duets. He was then sent for singing lessons to Michael Holzer, the parish choirmaster, whose testimony in his favour is honest and unqualified. Quote, "Whenever I wished to teach him anything new," he said, "I found that he had already mastered it. Consequently, I cannot be said to have given him any lessons at all. I merely amused myself. and regarded him with dumb astonishment." Unquote. His elder brother Ignaz taught him the pianoforte, but after a few months Franz observed that he did not require any more lessons, but would make his own way. The evidence is therefore tolerably conclusive that Schubert showed extraordinary precocity in music, and if we do not read of any displays of his ability similar to those which gained for Mozart and Mendelssohn the wonder and admiration of persons outside the family circle, it is because circumstances were not favourable to such manifestations. Being possessed of a fine voice as a boy, he was received early in 1808 into the parish church choir, and in October of the same year his father presented him as a candidate for admission to the Imperial Chapel, a position which included the right to education in the Staatskonvikt. It appears that his garb on this occasion was so abnormal, both in shape and colour, that the other competitors jokingly called him the miller's son. But their laughter ceased when he began to sing, and the conductors, Salieri and Eigler, quickly recognizing his ability, gave him the preference. He was now temporarily provided for, and his position was favourable to his advancement as a musician. In the school orchestra his ability soon brought him to the front, and he was made leader of the juvenile instrumental force. Here he became acquainted with the symphonies of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven, together with those of other composers then popular but now forgotten. His greatest sympathies were shown towards those works which may be termed poetical and imaginative. Thus he gloried in the G minor symphony of Mozart, which he declared was like the song of angels, while his enthusiasm for Beethoven, then regarded by many as a mere dreamer, knew no bounds. We have ample proof of the comparative poverty of the Schubert family at this time by the shortness of pocket money of which Franz complains. The following letter, addressed to his brother Ferdinand, illustrates this, and also affords a glimpse of the young musician's character. Quote, "You know by experience that a fellow would like at times a roll and an apple or two, especially if after a frugal dinner he has to wait for a meagre supper for 8 hours and a half. A few groschen that I receive from my father are always gone to the devil the first day, and what am I to do afterwards? Those who hope will not be confounded, says the Bible, and I firmly believe it. Suppose, for instance, you send me a couple of kreuzer a month. I don't think you would notice the difference in your own purse, and I should live quite content and happy in my cloister." St. Matthew says also that whoever has 2 coats shall give 1 to the poor. In the meantime, I trust you will lend your ear to the voice crying to you incessantly to remember your poor brother Franz, who loves and confides in you." End quote. The boyish sense of fun which pervades this letter has a certain significance, for a vein of humour was conspicuous in Schubert's character to the very end. One serious result of his impecuniosity was the impossibility of purchasing music paper for the compositions which now commenced to flow in rapid succession from his brain. But this want was supplied by the generosity of one of his older schoolmates, Joseph Spaun, who thus early recognized the genius of his friend. Whether Franz had made any serious attempts at composition prior to his admission to the Staatskonvikt cannot be distinctly ascertained, but in 1810, authentic records of his labours commence. In this year he wrote a piece for pianoforte at 4 hands, to which he gave the curious title Leichenfantasie, Corpse Fantasia, probably suggested by a poem of Schiller. The manuscript bears the dates April the 8th, May the 1st, 1810. It extends to 32 closely written pages and consists of a dozen sections in various styles, each ending in a different key to which it commenced. Some variations for piano, also referable to this year and played to his father, are stated by Ferdinand to bear the stamp of individuality. In 1811, the list of compositions is much more extensive. It includes a quintet overture, a quartet, a fantasia for piano, and, of decidedly greater importance, his first songs, Hagar's Klage and Der Vatermorde. The Hagar's Klage is a remarkable piece of the dimensions of a cantata, and despite many crudities, is said to contain passages of true Schubertian type. It at once drew the attention of Salieri to the boy's talent, and he was handed over to a musician named Ruziker for lessons in harmony. The result was similar to that with Holzer. "He has learned everything," said Ruziker, "and God has been his teacher." From Salieri, however, Schubert continued to receive instruction for some years, and his relations with this celebrated musician seem to have been generally satisfactory and even cordial. Antonio Salieri was for many years the most eminent of the Italian musicians resident in Vienna. He was a man of very great ability, but he was wedded to the Italian school, and could neither comprehend nor sympathize with the German musical development, which was now making rapid strides. Hence, though his character was generally amiable, as the lasting attachment of his pupils, among whom were Hummel, Weigel, Moscheles, Meyerbeer, sufficiently indicates, his jealousy of Mozart made him stoop to mean and dishonourable intrigues against that great master, and a report was even circulated that he had poisoned him, the rumour gaining credence by the fact that poor Mozart in his last days suffered from delusions on the subject of poison. When Salieri was dying, this horrible accusation troubled him, and he solemnly declared to Moscheles, who was by his bedside, his complete innocence of the crime. There is indeed not a tittle of evidence against him, but the very suspicion may be considered as a just, if awful, retribution for the unworthy acts towards Mozart in which he had really indulged. It is not surprising that Salieri should have regarded with distrust the predilection of his young pupil Franz Schubert for the deep and imaginative utterances of the great German poets as material for the exercise of his musical fancy. And it is equally natural that the boy, who felt the dawning power within him, should have totally disregarded his preceptor's advice to adopt Italian verses for his songs. Still, with all his marvellous intuitiveness, there can be little question that he derived benefit from the counsel and assistance of the old Italian maestro, particularly in the study of counterpoint and fugue. End of section 1. Section 2 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is time to return to Schubert's experiences while at the Convict. The compositions in 1812 are numerous, as will be seen by the catalogue. The one song, Klage, is noteworthy as being the earliest of his compositions which have been published. The instrumental chamber works were played at home on holidays, the quartet being thus arranged: Ferdinand first violin, Ignaz second violin, Franz viola, and the father violoncello. Franz possessed much artistic sensitiveness, and his quick ear detected the most trifling blunder. In the instance of one of his brothers, he did not scruple to rebuke, either by word or look, but if his father played a wrong note or made a false entry, he would ignore the mistake once, and if it occurred again, would say with hesitation, "Father, I fear there is a mistake somewhere." If a musician were asked to state in which B of the art Schubert was least successful, he would reply unhesitatingly, "In music for the theatre." But this did not arise from want of sympathy, for he not only frequented the opera as often as circumstances would permit, but manifested the strongest enthusiasm for some of the masterpieces then in vogue: Weigel's Swiss Family, Cherubini's Médée, Boileau's Jean de Paris, Nicolo's Cinderella, and above all Gluck's Iphigénie en Tauride attracted him immensely. And as a result he began to feel a passion for dramatic composition. In 1813, the last year at the Convict, he commenced work on Kotzebue's Des Teufels Lustschloss, which he completed in the following year. His first symphony in D was composed in honour of the convict director, Innocens Lang, and like his other orchestral works of this period, was performed by the school band. It is framed entirely on the Haydn-Mozart model and consists of the usual 4 movements with an introductory adagio. The scoring is for the usual orchestra without trombones and second flute. The work has never been published, and the manuscript, dated October the 28th, 1813, is in the possession of Dr. Schneider in Vienna. On January the 1st, 1880, the anniversary of Schubert's birthday, the first movement was performed at the Crystal Palace. It proved to be a scholarly composition in the Mozart style, but showing traces also of the influence of Beethoven. Of individuality there is little or none, and the evidence of this and other early works proves that Schubert's real genius began to manifest itself sooner in vocal than in instrumental composition, for some of his songs written at this time are in the highest degree expressive and original. The piano minuets composed for his brother Ignaz elicited the remark from Dr. Anton Schmidt, an excellent musician, that, quote, "If these works are written by a mere child, then there's stuff in him to make a master such as few have been." End quote. Unfortunately, these little pieces were not treasured as they should have been, and the manuscripts became irretrievably lost. The octet is marked, in the catalogue of his compositions kept by Ferdinand, Franz Schubert's Leichenfähre, possibly with reference to his mother's death, which took place a few months previously. It will be impossible within the limits of the present volume to comment on even a small proportion of Schubert's songs, which he poured forth with such wonderful rapidity. His style in this branch was already becoming matured, and his passion for the poetry of his native land is evinced by his choice of authors. Those he selected this year were Schiller, Goethe, Mattheson, Herder, Holz and Theodor Korner. One Italia aria must also be mentioned, probably composed at the instigation of Salieri. Schubert was now in his 17th year, and his treble voice breaking, he had to leave the Imperial Chapel. His devotion to music had proved detrimental to his other studies. During his first year at school, he passed his examinations creditably, but this satisfactory state of things did not last, and he afterwards only gained commendations for his musical progress. He does not seem to have felt much anxiety on this score, for he even declined to avail himself of the privilege of remaining at the convict for the study of the higher branches of learning after his duties at the chapel had ceased. Music was the essence of his being, and considering the vast quantity of works of all kinds which he penned during the brief period of 18 years, it would have been surprising had he found time to pursue any other study to serious purpose, and it would be extremely idle and illogical to regret his concentration of energy on this one object. The world would be the loser had Schubert devoted the time occupied in noting down his beautiful thoughts to perfecting himself in foreign languages or mathematics. He had a mission to accomplish, and the time allotted to him was brief. Let us then be grateful that he fulfilled the task set before him so worthily and well. One other point remains for consideration before we pass on to the next period in Schubert's life. It has been stated numberless times that he suffered from the lack of opportunity of hearing his music performed, and whatever diffuseness, want of symmetry, or other defects may be discovered in his utterances are set down to this cause. In his later years this was undoubtedly the case, but during his residence at the convent, circumstances could scarcely have been more favourable to his progress as a practical musician. Both at school and at home, his songs and instrumental works were constantly performed, and the experience thus gained must have been of considerable value. Later on, his theoretical studies under Salieri, whose attachment to rules and forms bordered on pedantry, cannot have been without effect in conveying mental discipline, the impression of which was in all probability lasting. Schubert left the convent at the close of October 1813, his residence there having lasted exactly 5 years. He was now cast adrift on the world, with the absolute necessity of earning his bread by the labour of his own hands or brain staring him in the face, for the pecuniary circumstances of his father forbade the possibility of his devoting himself exclusively to music until such time as his talents should receive that recognition from publishers and the public which would place him in a position of honourable independence. His only immediate chance was to assist in his father's school, and he accordingly prepared himself for this drudgery by studying for a term at the school of St. Anna. For 3 years he settled down to an existence of unspeakable dreariness, teaching the children of the poorer classes of Vienna the alphabet and the rudiments of arithmetic. How heartily he must have detested such an occupation can well be imagined, but he performed his duties with unfailing regularity and conscientiousness. Only when he had to encounter an unusually stupid or obstinate child did his patience give way, and on such occasions he would administer personal chastisement with an unsparing hand. If genius did not rise superior to all outward circumstances and conditions of life, We might feel surprised that the spirit of Schubert was not crushed by associations so degrading and wearisome. But in point of fact, these years were not only among the most prolific of his life, but during them he wrote some of those works which have made his name immortal. The scanty evidence bearing on his personal character, which remains to us, goes to prove that Schubert was naturally of a cheerful, not to say jovial, disposition, and keenly alive to the charms of society. After his lessons with Salieri, he would adjourn to a wine shop hard by and spend hours in lively conversation with a boon companion. His capacity for forming friendships of the most romantic nature with genial spirits of his own sex is as remarkable as is the meagre and commonplace nature of his experiences with the more attractive portion of humanity. One attachment of the former kind was formed in 1814 with the gifted but unhappy German poet Johann Mayhofer. In disposition, this cynical, hypochondriacal man, with his contempt and hatred of the world, and his inability to enjoy the pleasures of life because of his ceaseless contemplation of its pains, would seem to have but little affinity with the gentle, easy-going and, shall we say, music apart, superficial Schubert. But a mysterious bond of union may exist between two natures widely diverse in temperament, and it is certain that Mayhofer and Schubert understood and sympathized with one another. Their acquaintanceship was brought about by a mutual friend, who gave Schubert Mayhofer's poem To the Sea to set to music. The musician then called upon the poet at his room, Wipplingerstrasse number 420, which they were afterwards destined to occupy in common for 2 years. Another important intimacy commenced in this year was that with Heinrich Grob and his sister Therese. The former was a skilful executant on the piano and violoncello, and the latter had a beautiful voice, her singing being greatly admired by Schubert. To their house he would frequently repair with his newest compositions, which they would rehearse with avidity, greatly to the pleasure and advantage of the composer. In the midst of his scholastic duties and this social intercourse in which he delighted, composition went on apace, the catalogue of his works in 1814 being sufficient for a decade of an ordinary composer's life. First in order must be named the opera Des Teufels Lustschloss, which, it will be remembered, was commenced in the preceding year. The plot of this work is even more outrageous than that of Mozart's Zauberflöte, without the hidden significance and symbolism contained in Schikaneder's story. It deals with enchanted castles, monsters, deeds of daring, and all the paraphernalia of the fairy romancist. As a subject for an extravaganza it would pass well enough, but for a serious opera it is utterly ridiculous. Still, Schubert's choice of such a theme indicates that innate love for the romantic and the mystical which is so conspicuous a feature in his artwork. No thought of public performance probably weighed with him in setting Kotzebue's preposterous story. It offered him an opportunity of escape from the conventionalities of ordinary life, and he went to the work with ardour, and with no other idea than that of exercising his ever-brimming fancy. Of the music it is not possible to speak particularly, as it has not been published, nor indeed performed, except the overture. This is a bright and cleverly written piece, with an episode curiously resembling the passage with muted violins in Weber's Oriente. It is impossible that Weber can have been familiar with Des Teufels Lustschloss, and The likeness must therefore be purely accidental, though it is curious, especially as each episode has reference to a supernatural event in the plot. It is asserted that Schubert wrote 2 versions of this opera, or rather play with incidental music, the one immediately succeeding the other. The revised score was shown to Salieri, who was delighted with the work, but this is rather doubtful evidence in its favour, as it is well nigh certain that if the music had been characterised by dramatic intensity of expression, the old Italian would have condemned it as crude and unintelligible. The fate of Des Teufels Lustschloss was unhappy. The composer eventually parted with the score to Herr Joseph Hüttenbrenner in payment of a trifling debt, and in 1848 some miserable domestic lit the fire with the second act. The first and third acts remain, but until the issue of a complete edition of Schubert's works, an event to which musicians must look forward with eagerness, they are not likely to see the light. End of section 2. Section 3 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another and far nobler work composed in this year must now be spoken of. This is the Mass in F, the first and, with one exception, the finest he ever penned. It also has a special significance as having been the first composition intended for a quasi-public occasion, the centenary festival of the parish church of Lichtenthal. The composer conducted the performance in person, and Therese Grob sang the soprano part. It was afterwards repeated in the church of St. Augustine, and old Schubert, to mark his sense of his son's ability and progress, presented him with a 5-octave piano. Salieri's appreciation of the work was great and genuine. After the first performance he embraced Schubert, saying, "Franz, you are my pupil, and will do me great honour." The composition of the Mass lasted from May the 17th to July the 22nd, according to the dates on the manuscript score in the possession of Dr. Schneider. It remained unpublished until 1856. The chief characteristics of the music are nobility, melodic beauty, and a true church-like style which, strangely enough, is wanting in some of the subsequent masses. The melody is as refined as that of Mozart, but the manner is totally diverse, and the most superficial listener could scarcely fail to detect the difference, even if the work were performed with but pianoforte accompaniment, while the orchestration has the true and unmistakable Schubertian stamp. It would be a congenial task to analyse the music number by number, but it must be sufficient, as an indication of the young musician's power, to cite the fugue, Cum Sancto Spiritu, based on a bold subject and worked up to a climax of surpassing grandeur. Here, at any rate, the influence of Salieri's teaching is observable, and it is easy to comprehend the delight which he manifested at witnessing his pupil's mastery over the rules of scientific composition. The 3 quartets are in the Haydn-Mozart style, with just a trace here and there of Schubert's individuality. The year 1815 brought no change in the placid and monotonous life of Schubert at this period, and it might be passed over altogether as being entirely uneventful, but for the all-important fact that it was the most prolific of all in the matter of composition. Amazing as his rate of production was in previous years, all former efforts were eclipsed in 1815. half a dozen dramatic works, 2 masses, 2 symphonies, a quantity of music for church and chamber, and nearly 150 songs form the stupendous catalogue of works conceived and finished within the space of 12 months. In the whole history of music, we can find no parallel to this inexhaustible fertility, and even if the entire mass had no art value, the mere labour expended in transferring the ideas from the brain of the composer to the paper on which they were written would testify to his industry. It is certain that it was absolutely no trouble for Schubert to compose. The subject chosen, the ideas came naturally and superabundantly without any expenditure of thought or energy. Unlike Mozart, he did not carefully perfect his works in his mind before writing them down. Unlike Beethoven, he did not note his ideas in sketchbooks and build up his music, so to speak, by a slow and careful process of selection, compression, and elaboration. Handel, Bach, and Haydn wrote with extreme rapidity, but not one of them exhibited fecundity similar to that of Schubert at the age of 18. Herr Spiener has the manuscripts of 7 songs, all composed on October the 15th, 1815, and on the 19th 4 more were written. Of the works in dramatic form, the first in order is Der Vierjährige Posten, an operetta in 1 act, written by Korner. The subject is lively and humorous and quite suitable for light musical treatment. The music consists of a somewhat lengthy overture and 8 numbers. A bright soldiers' chorus was given with applause by the Vienna Singverein in 1860, but the work has never been performed on the stage. The next is Fernando, a melodramatic piece by Albert Stadler, a contemporary of Schubert at the Convict. The musician being possessed of a mania for operas just at this time, Stadler offered to compose a libretto, and did so, giving, as he said, a chief part, quote, to thunder and lightning, grief and tears, as the favourite subject of enthusiastic youth, end quote. Schubert brought the completed score to Stadler in 6 days. They examined it together and then dismissed the subject from their minds. It is needless to add that it has never been represented on the stage. Claudine von Villabella by Goethe is a more ambitious opera in 3 acts. The score came into the possession of Herr Hüttenbrenner, and the 2nd and 3rd acts shared the fate of the 2nd act of Des Teufels Lustschloss. That is, the servants tore them up to light the fires during their master's absence in 1848. A complete copy of the work perished in the same way. Quote, the music of the fragment yet remaining is said by Kreisler von Helborn to be lacking in power, though characteristic and charming. The dramatic opportunities occur chiefly in the acts which are lost. Die beiden Freunde von Salamanca is the title of the next work, which was written by Schubert by his friend Mayhofer. This opera is on an extended scale, the score of the 1st act consisting of 320 pages. The libretto was not printed among Mayhofer's poems, and it has been lost. The music, consisting of an overture and 18 numbers, is said to contain but little of Schubert's individuality. Besides these works, there is evidence to show that he set Kotzebue's Der Minnesinger and Der Spiegelritter and Mayhofer's Adrast, but only fragments of the music remain. The net value of his writings for the stage in 1815 must be considered very small, though there are doubtless many songs and concerted pieces in these works which would be effective in the concert room. Of greater interest are the 2 symphonies in B-flat and D. These are both in the customary 4 movements, and perfect as regards form. The scores are in the possession of Dr. Schneider, and neither work has ever been performed in Germany, but that in B-flat was given at the Crystal Palace on October the 20th, 1877, and proved to be a bright and charming composition, showing the influence of Haydn rather than that of Mozart. Of the 2 masses in G and B-flat, the first bears the date March and the second November. The Mass in G was composed by Schubert for the Lichtental parish choir, especially for the pupils of his old master Holzer. In style it resembles the one in F, but on a smaller scale and less varied. Curiously enough, the Mass in B-flat, which is distinctly inferior as church music to the earlier works, has hitherto enjoyed greater popularity, perhaps because of its resemblance to the well-known masses of Haydn and Mozart. But the most remarkable feature of Schubert's activity this year is in the domain of songwriting. So far as can be ascertained, no less than 138 lieder and ballads were indited, and of these 83 have been published. The number of these compositions is no less marvellous than their infinite variety. The source of inspiration seemed a matter of comparative indifference to him. He gathered his materials from all quarters, showing a preference, however, for lines in which longing or passionate yearning for some ideal were portrayed, and the appropriate musical expression came at once and as a matter of course. It is needless to say that all his songs written at a particular period are not of equal value. Side by side with some of the greatest beauty are others trifling and almost commonplace. But this much may be said with justice, that when he had to set poetry of real power and significance, he rarely, if ever, failed to render justice to his theme. Perhaps the greatest charm in Schubert's songs is that they are perfectly lyrical, though intensely expressive. To say that many of them are dramatic is to misuse that term. In order to realize this, it is only necessary to imagine some of his most picturesque effusions, such as Die junge Nonne, Gretchen am Spinnrade, or Der Wanderer, transferred to the stage. In this new atmosphere they would lose all their meaning, all their subtle power to charm. The unpublished compositions include Amphiageiros by Cornas, said to be a most effective declamatory song, and 2 ballads by a poet named Bertrand, Minona and Emma von Adelwald. The latter is the most lengthy piece for a single voice Schubert ever wrote. The manuscript extends to 55 pages, and the music is fragmentary, some of the passages being very fine. Of a similar character is the setting of Holz's Die Nonne. Herr Spiener has possession of all these compositions, and they might with advantage be transferred to the list of published works. End of section 3. Section 4 of Schubert by H. F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1816 brought some slight relief from the daily round of drudgery to which Schubert had been subjected for 3 years. Circumstances also enable us to obtain a glimpse of the personal character, habits, and manner of thinking of the young artist. The best means of gaining an insight to the special idiosyncrasies of a celebrated man are afforded by the study of his diaries and private correspondence. Unhappily, the biographer of Schubert is unable to give the reader this privilege of intimate communion with his hero, except to a very limited extent. Whether Schubert was averse to letter writing, there's no evidence one way or the other to show, but very little of his correspondence remains, and one great charm which we find in the study of the lives of Mozart and Mendelssohn, and to a less extent of Beethoven and Weber, is therefore denied us in the present instance. Such remnants of his diaries as are still available do not compensate for this loss. It appears that he kept daily memoranda of his thoughts and experiences in 1816, but owing to that wanton carelessness with which Schubert's precious manuscripts seem to be generally treated, only a small portion of these remain. Alois Fuchs, in his Schubertiades, tells the story thus. Some years ago I found accidentally at an autograph dealer's in Vienna the fragment of one of Schubert's diaries in his own handwriting, but several of the pages were wanting. On my asking the reason of this, the wretched owner of the relic replied that he had for a long space of time been in the habit of distributing single pages of this manuscript to hunters of Schubert relics or autograph collectors. Having expressed my indignation at this vandalism, I took care to save what was left." End quote. The leaves refer to 4 days only and run as follows. June the 13th, 1816. This day will haunt me for the rest of my life as a bright, clear and lovely one. Gently, and as from a distance, the magic tones of Mozart's music sound in my ears. With what alternate force and tenderness, with what masterly power did Schlesinger's playing of that music impress it deep, deep in my heart. Thus do these sweet impressions, passing into our souls, work beneficently on our inmost being, and no time, no change of circumstances can obliterate them. In the darkness of this life they show a light, a clear, beautiful distance, from which we gather confidence and hope. O Mozart, immortal Mozart, how many and what countless images of a brighter, better world hast thou stamped on our souls. This quintet may be called one of the greatest amongst his smaller works. I too was moved on this occasion to introduce myself. I played variations by Beethoven, sang Goethe's Rastlose Liebe and Schiller's Amalia. The first met with universal, the second with qualified applause. Although I myself think my Rastlose Liebe more successful than Amalia, yet I cannot deny that to Goethe's musical genius must be attributed, in a large measure, the applause which greeted the song. I also made the acquaintance of Mademoiselle Jenny, a pianoforte player with extraordinary powers of execution, but I think her wanting in true and pure expression. June the 14th, 1816. After the lapse of a few months, I took once more an evening walk. There can hardly be anything more delightful than, of an evening, after a hot summer's day, to stroll about on the green grass. The meadows between Währing and Döbling seem to have been created for this very purpose. I felt so peaceful and happy as my brother Karl and I walked together in the struggling twilight. How lovely, I thought and exclaimed, and then stood still, enchanted. The neighbourhood of the churchyard reminded us of our excellent mother. June the 15th, 1816. It usually happens that we form exaggerated notions of what we expect to see. At least I found it so when I saw the exhibition of pictures by native artists held at St. Anna. The work I liked best in the whole exhibition was a Madonna and Child by Abel. I was much disappointed by the velvet mantle of a prince. I am convinced that one must see things of this sort much more frequently and give them a longer trial if one hopes to find and retain the proper expression and impression intended to be conveyed. June the 16th, 1816. It must be pleasant and invigorating to see all one's pupils collected around him, everyone striving to do his best in honour of his master's jubilee fete. To hear in all their compositions a simple, natural expression, free from all that bizarrerie which, with the majority of the composers of our time, is the prevailing element, and for which we are almost mainly indebted to one of our greatest German artists. Free, I say, from that bizarrerie which links the tragic with the comic, the agreeable with the odious, the heroic with whining, the most sacred subjects with buffoonery, all this without discrimination, so that men become mad and frantic instead of being dissolved in tears and tickled to idiotic laughter rather than elevated towards God. Man is like a ball between chance and passion. I have often heard it said by writers, the world is like a stage where every man plays his part. Praise and blame follow in the other world. Still, every man has one part assigned to him. We have had our part given us, and who can say if he has played it well or ill? Natural disposition and education determine the bent of man's heart and understanding. The heart is ruler, the mind should be. Take men as they are, not as they ought to be. Happy is he who finds a true friend. Happier still is he who finds in his own wife a true friend. To the free man at this time, marriage is a fearful thought. He confounds it either with melancholy or low sensuality. Monarchs of our day, you see this, and keep silence. Or do ye not see it? Then, O God, throw a veil over our senses, and steep our feelings in lethe. Yet once, I pray, draw back the veil. Man bears misfortune uncomplainingly, and for that very reason feels it all the more acutely. For what purpose did God create in us these keen sympathies? Light mind, light heart. A mind that is too light generally harbours a heart that is too heavy. Town politeness is a powerful hindrance to men's integrity in dealing with one another. The greatest misery of the wise man and the greatest happiness of the fool is based on conventionalism. Now, I know nothing more. Tomorrow I am sure to know something fresh.
Whence comes this? Is my understanding today duller than it will be tomorrow, because I am full and sleepy? Why does not my mind think where my body sleeps? I suppose it goes for a walk. Certainly it can't sleep." End quote. It must be confessed that there is very little here superior to the standard of literary composition averaged by young ladies fresh from school. The sudden subsidence into prose, after the Rhapsody on Mozart, has an almost comical effect, and it is difficult to resist the idea that the disjointed philosophy of the latter portion was noted down after one of those potations in which Schubert was wont to indulge when the day's work was finished. That he felt deeply on the subject of music is certain. For the rest, he had no opportunity of mental cultivation except from his reading of the poets. End of section 4. Section 5 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In regard to composition this year, the place of honour is due to those two songs which first made Schubert's name famous throughout the civilized world, Der Erlkönig and Der Wanderer. There are two versions of the first named, one in the Royal Library, Berlin, and the other in the possession of Madame Schumann. The latter is identical with the song as we know it. His friend Josef Spahn happened to call one afternoon and found him in intense excitement working on Goethe's lines. The same evening the composer took the finished song to the Konvikt and tried it over with his friends, who failed to appreciate the discord at the passage "Mein Vater, jetzt fasst mich an." But the Earl King made its way in private, and 5 years later served to introduce Schubert to the notice of the outside world. The total number of songs, part songs, and other small vocal pieces written this year is about 120, of which 60 are published. On June the 16th, Salieri completed his 50th year of service to the Emperor of Austria, and at a friendly gathering of his pupils, a cantato by Schubert, among other compositions, was performed. It was emphatically a pièce d'occasion and remains unpublished. Of far greater value was the cantata Prometheus, written for the birthday of Professor Wadroth. This was the first commission ever given to Schubert, and he received 100 florins for his labours. The performance made a deep impression, and the work was repeated several times in his later years. But about the time of his death, the score disappeared and has never been recovered. A third cantata was composed in honour of Josef Spandau, Inspector of Schools, and afterwards published as Opus 128. Among the compositions for church are the rather superficial Mass in C, a Grand Magnificat in C, of which Herr Spina has the manuscript, and a second Stabat Mater in F minor, said to be a very fine work. The only dramatic essay this year was an opera entitled Die Bürgschaft, of which only 2 acts were finished. The author of the libretto is unknown, but the words are frequently beneath criticism. No portion of the music has ever been performed in public. Readers note the references to Schubert's second setting of Schiller's poem Deutsch 435, not to his setting of it as a song, Deutsch 246, back to main text. The list of instrumental music is important, including, as it does, 2 symphonies, the melodious and agreeable No. 4 in B-flat, without trumpets or drums, and the beautiful Tragic in C minor. These works are only published as piano duets, but they have both been heard at the Crystal Palace in their proper form, and the latter especially is warmly admired by Schubert lovers. The quartet parties, held hitherto in Schubert's house, had by this time increased in numbers and were transferred first to Herr Franz Frischling's and afterwards to the house of Herr Otto Hartwig. Orchestral music was gradually introduced, and it was for these assemblies that Schubert wrote the 2 symphonies just mentioned, as well as other works for orchestra and chamber. He had to accommodate himself to the varying means at disposal, and this accounts for the absence of clarinets, trumpets and drums in the symphony in B-flat. In April of this year, Schubert made an application for the post of music master at the Normal School Institute Laibach. The salary offered was 500 florins. He gained testimonials from Spender and Salieri, but the latter, who had to examine the candidates for the office, recommended a certain Jakob Schaufel as the most suitable person for the duties. Thus spoiled, he had to resume his drudgery, but another opportunity for freedom soon presented itself. Franz von Schubert, a student at the Vienna University, became acquainted with some of his songs, and being struck with their beauty and originality, sought out the composer, and was the more amazed when he discovered the conditions under which the young musician produced such noble creations. He therefore gained the consent of his own mother and of Schubert's father for the composer to live with him, so that he might pursue his art without let or hindrance. According to one story, however, Schubert was dismissed from the school for having administered too severe personal chastisement to one of the pupils. The truth of this cannot be distinctly ascertained, but it's certain that he left his father's house for that of Schubert, though the precise date when this occurred is doubtful. This new intimacy was destined to exercise considerable influence on Schubert's career, and of all his friends and patrons, Franz von Schubert stands foremost for the countenance and support lent to him until the day of his death. If Schubert was unfortunate in his relations with the world in general, and with music publishers in particular, he was happy in his private friendships. About this time he made the acquaintance of Johann Michael Vogel, the most celebrated baritone singer of his time, and a man greatly superior to the majority of this class by natural intellectual gifts, early and severe mental training, and a capacity for comprehending the world around him in all its varied phases. The introduction was brought about by Schubert, whose constant laudation of Schubert at length overcame the reluctance generally felt by vocalists to have any dealings with a new and untried composer. At the first meeting, Schubert's awkward and bashful manner did not improve matters, and Vogel's remarks, after examining some of his songs, were patronising rather than encouraging. But his impression of their value was genuine, and as it rapidly increased with further acquaintance, he began to sing them both in public and in private. This was the opportunity which Schubert needed, but thanks to his own backwardness and publishers' short-sightedness, several years were yet to elapse before it began to bear fruit. In the summer of this year he made the acquaintance of Joseph Hüttenbrenner, whose name has already been mentioned in these pages. The unfortunate destruction of certain of Schubert's scores in his possession must not be taken as proof of his want of appreciation of the composer's genius. On the contrary, he was an ardent admirer of the gifted musician and expressed his opinion so strongly, in season and out of season, that Schubert, who was altogether insensible to flattery, treated him with rudeness, exclaiming on one occasion, "Why, that man likes everything I do." But Hüttenbrenner's praise was not lightly given nor valueless, for he was himself a cultivated musician and rendered Schubert considerable assistance in arranging his orchestral works for the piano, in his communications with foreign publishers, and in other labours of a kind most distasteful to the composer. End of section 5. Section 6 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1817. Esterhazy. What was the exact position of Schubert during a great portion of 1817 appears to be a matter of some doubt, but as regards productiveness, his release from the duties of teaching the spelling book does not seem to have had the effect intended by Schubert, for there is a considerable falling off in the bulk of his writings this year. The deficiency in mere extent and number, however, is amply atoned for, even if we reject the statement that the fine pianoforte sonatas in D, opus 53, in A, opus 120, in E flat, opus 122, in A minor, opus 143, and in B, opus 147, were all created at this time. This is so according to Reismann, but Notenbaum in his Thematische Verzeichnis names 1823 as the probable year of the A minor sonata, and 1825 as that of the works in D and A. Internal evidence goes far to prove that the latter authority is nearer the truth, but the sonatas in E flat, B and A minor, opus 164, are works of great beauty, and they are supplemented by the trio for strings in B flat, and the two sonatas for violin and piano, opus 137, numbers 1 and 2. The trio is still unpublished, but a copy was brought to this country by Mr. George Grove in 1867 and was performed on February 15, 1869, at the Monday Popular Concerts. It is a pleasing but scarcely a great work. Orchestral music is solely represented by the two overtures in the Italian style in C and D. These overtures afford yet another instance of the strange insensibility of one musical genius towards the artwork of another. Handel on Gluck, Weber and Spohr on Beethoven, Weber on Schubert, Schumann on Meyerbeer, and many living musicians on Wagner furnish examples of a lack of appreciation where sympathy and admiration might most naturally be expected. Schubert, with all his nonchalance and light-heartedness, probably felt some vague jealousy towards Rossini, whose works were then enjoying high favour in Vienna. One evening, after hearing Tancredi, some of his friends waxed loud in praise of Rossini's overtures, and Schubert contemptuously remarked that it was the easiest thing in the world to write music in that style. By way of proof, he produced at once the overture in D, and a few months later the one in C. Now, it may be admitted that the last named work reflects some of the mannerisms of Italian music, but that it may range with the best examples of the school of the sunny south, as perfected by Rossini, cannot be allowed for an instant. Some time in the course of 1817, Schubert ceased to receive instruction from Salieri. It says much for the personal qualities of the Italian master that he was able to retain as his pupil for so long a period one so opposed in temperament and manner of thinking as the composer of the Earl King. The final separation of the two seems to have been abrupt and attended with some unpleasantness, but the exact circumstances are unknown. In the summer of 1818, Schubert received for the first time an offer which, to one who had no settled means of subsistence, was too advantageous to be refused. Count Johann Esterhazy required a music teacher for his family and applied to him. The remuneration was to be 2 gulden a lesson, and Schubert was to reside with the family, in winter at Vienna and in summer at the country seat, Seelisch. It is easy to imagine that he closed eagerly with this offer, which, apart from the actual labour of teaching, presented a prospect highly pleasing as well as profitable. The Count's family consisted of himself and wife, their daughters Marie and Caroline, aged respectively 13 and 11, and a boy of 5 years. The entire family was musically disposed, and one of their most frequent visitors was the Baron Karl von Schönstein, the finest amateur singer of his time. This gentleman, from being an adherent of the Italian school, became an ardent lover of the German lieder of Schubert, which he sang everywhere, and so greatly assisted in spreading a knowledge of these compositions. That Schubert's position with the Esterhazys was considered a highly favourable one is manifest from the following extracts of a letter written by his brother Ignaz. "You lucky mortal," he says, "what a thoroughly enviable lot is yours. You live in a sweet golden freedom, can give full play to your musical genius, scatter your thoughts about just as you please, become petted, praised, idolized, while one of our lot, like an old cart horse, must put up with all the vagaries of noisy boys, submit to heaps of ill usage, and cringe in all submission to a thankless public and addle-pated superstitious Brahmins." End quote. The composer had now a direct incentive to exercise his genius, and many of his compositions are directly referable to the Esterhazys. There is no evidence, however, to prove that any of the productions of 1818 were written for his new patrons. Chief among the comparatively small list is the bright and beautiful Symphony in C, No. 6, the score of which is dated February 1818. With reference to a favourite lied, Die Forelle, he wrote thus to Joseph Hüttenbrenner: "Dearest friend, I am overjoyed to find that my songs please you. As a proof of my sincere friendship, I send you another which I wrote at midnight for Anselm. But what mischief! Instead of the box of blotting sand, I seized the ink bottle. I hope over a glass of punch at Vienna to become better acquainted with you. Vale, Schubert." For some reason which does not appear, the arrangement that he should reside with the Esterhazy family seems to have fallen through, for early in 1819 We find him sharing a gloomy and ill-furnished room in Vienna with the poet Mayhofer. The manner of life of the two was thoroughly bohemian. Here are Mayhofer's words taken from his diary. Quote, "Whilst we were together, curious things happened. We certainly were, both of us, peculiar, and there were plenty of opportunities for droll incidents. We used to tease one another in all sorts of ways, and bandied pleasantries and epigrams for our mutual benefit. His free, open-hearted, cheerful manner and my retired nature came into sharp contact and gave us an opportunity of nicknaming each other appropriately, as though we were playing certain parts assigned us. Alas, it was the only role I ever played." End quote. The method in which this singular pair pursued their artwork was unique in its way. Mayhofer would sit at his desk and write some stanzas, and then toss them over to Schubert, who would immediately commence to set them without the slightest hesitation. The poet's reference to Schubert's free, open-hearted, cheerful manner must be accepted with some reserve. In private, he was undoubtedly all that Mayhofer has stated, but in his intercourse with those to whom he was introduced in the way of business, and who would have advanced his interests as a musician, his manner was awkward, retiring, and almost clownish. End of section 6. Section 7 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the summer of 1819, he accompanied his valued friend and adviser Vogel on a short tour in the beautiful region of Upper Austria, visiting Linz, Salzburg and Steyr, Vogel's birthplace. It is probable that the singer defrayed more than his own share of the expenses on this and subsequent excursions. However, Vogel introduced his companion to several musical families at Steyr, and he seems to have passed a very pleasant time. A letter dated July the 15th to his brother Ferdinand indicates his state of mind, as does the following, addressed to Mayhofer from Linz. August the 19th. My dear Mayhofer, if the world thrives as well with you as it does with me, you are well and hearty. I am just at present in Linz. I have been with the Spahns and met Kenner, Creel and Forstmeier. There, too, I made acquaintance with Spahn's mother and Ottenwald, whose cradle song I set and sang to him. I found plenty of amusement in Steyr. The surrounding country is heavenly, and Linz, too, is beautiful. We, that is, Vogel and I, shall go very soon to Salzburg. How I long for reader's note !! I recommend to your notice the bearer of this letter, a student of Kremsmünster of the name of Karl. He is journeying by way of Vienna to Idria on a visit to his parents. Please let him have my bed during the time he stays with you. I am very anxious that you should treat him as kindly as possible, for he is a dear good fellow. Please greet Frau von S. heartily for me. Have you written anything? I hope so. We kept Vogel's birthday with a cantata, the words by Stadler, the music by me. People were thoroughly pleased. Now then, farewell until the middle of September. Your friend, Franz Schubert. Herr von Vogel sends his kind regards. Remember me to Spaun. This epistle is as suggestive of Schubert's contentment as it is of his deficiency in the art of letter writing. About this time the Rossini fever was rising rapidly in Vienna, and Franz was frequently at the Italian opera, for his nature was too open and candid to deny altogether the genius of the brilliant composer, though his admiration is expressed in rather qualified terms. In a letter to a friend in Gratz, he says, "A short time since we had Rossini's Otello. All that our Radici executed was admirable. This opera is far better, I mean more characteristic, than Tancredi. One cannot refuse to call Rossini a rare genius. His instrumentation is often original in the highest degree, and so is the voice writing, and I can find no fault with the music, if I accept the usual Italian gallopades and several reminiscences of Tancredi." End quote. It appears that for the first time a song of Schubert's was introduced at a public concert this year. Franz Jäger, a tenor, sang Schäfer's Klagelied on 2 occasions, and it was received with much applause. But the publishers remained as obtuse as ever. In another quarter, too, where he might indeed have looked for sympathy and admiration, he met with coldness and indifference. Urged probably by some well-meaning friend, he sent some of his matchless settings of Goethe's songs to the great poet himself, who put them by without notice of any kind. That Goethe was unable to appreciate Der Erlkönig is well known, until late in life, when he heard the great Schröder Devrient sing it, and then he was profoundly impressed, saying, "I once heard this composition in my earlier life, and it did not agree with my views of the subject, but executed as you execute it, the whole becomes a complete picture." End quote. The fact seems to be that Goethe, strange as it may appear, had no feeling for the romantic in music, his favourite songwriter being Zelter, who set more than 100 of his poems as flowing rhythmical ballads. The most important composition this year was the quintet for piano and strings, opus 114. The cantata mentioned in his letter from Linz, as written for Vogel's birthday, was published with new words in 1849 under the title of Der Frühlingsmorgen, opus 158. It is for soprano, tenor and bass with pianoforte accompaniment. There is an overture in F for piano at 4 hands, quote, written in November in Herr Joseph Hüttenbrenner's room at the City Hospital, within the space of 3 hours, and dinner missed in consequence. End quote. Kreisner speaks of this as being in F minor, but the introduction only is in the minor key. The year 1820 is one of far greater interest in the matter of composition. Now we find Schubert once more writing for the stage, but not, as heretofore, exclusively for his own will and pleasure. His excellent friend Vogel had for a long time been unremitting in his endeavours to secure recognition for the gifted young musician, and at length succeeded in inducing the management of the Kärtnertor Theatre to give Schubert a small commission. This was to set to music a farcical piece entitled Die Zwillingsbrüder, adapted from the French by Hoffmann, the secretary of the theatre. It would seem that he commenced work as early as 1818. At any rate, the overture bears the date January 19, 1819. But the composition hung fire, for Schubert had now become more sensitive in his choice of subjects, and Die Zwillingsbrüder failed to interest him. Hence the music is, on the whole, scarcely worthy of him, though agreeable and melodious. The piece was produced on June 14, 1820, and the impression created was favourable, for the chorus, Verglüht sind die Sterne, was encored, and at the close there was a call for the composer. Vogel appeared in his stead and expressed his thanks to the audience. The critics damned the work with faint praise, allowing that the composer had ability and that his music showed the result of careful study, but that it was old-fashioned and deficient in melody. The Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung stated its opinion thus: "The work is deficient in real melody, and the music suffers from a confused, overladen instrumentation, a painful effort after originality, constant wearisome modulations, and no intervals for repose. The introductory chorus, a quartet and a bass air alone entitle us to cling to the hope of a brilliant future for a young man already known to fame from his clever songs, and for this future he has yet to win the necessary self-dependence and solid powers required to form a real composer." End quote. The writer of this notice was doubtless unaware that the musician whom he thus lectured so calmly was already the composer of 2 splendid masses, several charming symphonies, together with piano and chamber works sufficient to ensure a lasting reputation for their author. Die Zwillingsbrüder was repeated 6 times, and then laid aside, never to be revived. The score was published in 1872. Schubert, however, was asked to compose another dramatic piece in 3 acts, entitled Die Zauberharfe. The libretto by Hoffmann is incredibly stupid, and part of the non-success of the work must be ascribed to this cause, but Schubert himself considered it one of his best works, and if the music generally is equal in merit to the overture, that now known as Rosamunde, his opinion is correct. Unfortunately, no complete copy of the score is known to exist. Portions of the music are in possession of Spina and Spahn, but the only published piece is the overture aforesaid. Die Zauberharfe was produced on August the 19th and repeated several times, but like Die Zwillingsbrüder, it soon disappeared and was never heard of again. The following criticism is from the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung. The composer gives glimpses here and there of talent, but there is, on the whole, a want of technical arrangement, which can only be gained by experience. The numbers, generally speaking, are too long and wearisome. The harmonic progressions too harsh. The instrumentation overladen, the choruses vapid and weak. The most successful numbers are the introductory adagio of the overture and the romance for the tenor. The expression of these is lovely, the simplicity is noble, and the modulation delicate. An idyllic subject would be admirably adapted to the composer." End quote. Some of the remarks here and in the previous extract are similar in tone to those ever adopted by shallow critics towards new composers of genius, from Mozart to Wagner. But when we find other writers complaining that, quote, "the musical treatment hindered rather than helped the action, and betrayed the absolute ignorance on the part of the composer of the rules of the melodrama," end quote, and further that, quote, "the music for the magic harps was wanting in the necessary power and characteristics which ought always to accompany ethereal spirits," end quote. We are constrained to believe that Schubert in this, as in other instances, showed but little regard for the exigencies of stage composition, that in short, he poured forth all the treasures of his fertile imagination without consideration for the modifications of style and structure absolutely essential in music intended to accompany and illustrate the action of a drama. It was singularly unfortunate that he should be first brought under the notice of the Viennese musical public in that branch of his art in which he was least original and successful. Meanwhile, he had been for some time engaged on a work of far greater interest and importance, and which, like the majority of his masterpieces, was the fruit of his own fancy, and not induced by pressure from without. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In 1814 appeared a volume of sacred poems by August Hermann Niemeyer, Chancellor of the Halle University. Among these was one on the death and resurrection of Lazarus, and this Schubert commenced to set. The circumstances of the composition and even its very existence being entirely unknown to his most intimate friends. For its ultimate discovery we are indebted to Kreisler von Herborn, who, in collecting materials for his biography, came upon the first part of Lazarus in Spann's collection. A portion of the second part was found in the possession of Mr. Alexander Thayer, and some additional pieces in that of Ferdinand Schubert's widow. Still, the second part remains incomplete, and of the third not a trace has yet been heard of. This is the more to be regretted as this section of the poem contains the incident of the resurrection, which would have afforded Schubert a magnificent opportunity for the exercise of his genius. The fragment was published by Spina, 1866, and it deserves to rank among Schubert's noblest choral works.
There is no occasion here to dwell in detail on the music, as it is at the disposal of those who may desire its acquaintance. Besides these works, there is an unfinished opera entitled Sakuntala, based on a romantic and supernatural Indian subject. Only one number, a celestial chorus, is complete, but the whole of the 2 acts is sketched out. Joseph Hüttenbrenner says that neither Schubert nor his friends liked the libretto, and it was therefore laid aside. The beautiful psalm, "The Lord is my shepherd," was written for 4 sisters named Frederick. The composer was not himself a wonderful performer on the pianoforte, though he accompanied his own songs with perfect expression and fairly mastered the sonatas. But the magnificent Fantasia in C, opus 15, was too much for him, and one occasion, on attempting it at a private party, he broke down in the finale and, jumping up from his chair, exclaimed, "The devil may play the stuff if he likes." The year 1821 may be considered the turning point in Schubert's career. We have seen how a couple of operettas from his pen were produced at the Kärtner Tor Theatre, and that after a glimpse of success they were withdrawn permanently from the repertoire. It was not in the domain of dramatic music that his genius could hope to find general acceptance, but his enthusiastic and sincere friends worked steadily in his behalf, and at length succeeded in placing his name before the public in the most favourable light, that is, as a writer of songs. Among this select band of art patrons, whose names deserve to be handed down to posterity for having assisted to preserve a great genius from oblivion, was the Sonnleitner family. Dr. Ignaz von Sonnleitner and his son Leopold were cultured musicians, and their house was the resort of many interested in the art. Performances were held at regular intervals, and Schubert's music found place in the programmes to a constantly increasing extent. At length Leopold von Sonnleitner took Der Erlkönig to the publishers, Diabelli and Haslinger, who both refused it on any terms, alleging that the composer was almost unknown and the accompaniment was too difficult. Thus spoiled, he secured the assistance of 3 others, and the song was printed by subscription, Diabelli publishing it on commission. The sale was at once rapid, and enabled Schubert to pay his debts and retain a balance. On March the 7th, Ash Wednesday, an important concert was given at the Kärtner Tor Theatre, and 3 of his compositions were included in the programme. Vogel sang The Erlking and was rapturously encored. The other pieces were Quartett, Das Dorfchen, and the Gesang der Geister über den Wassern. This poem of Goethe had been set in 1817 as a male voice quartet without accompaniment. A second arrangement for 4 tenors and 4 basses, with viola, violoncello and accompaniment, was nearly completed in December 1820, and the final version, differing but slightly from this, was the one performed on the occasion referred to. The work is one of Schubert's noblest inspirations, but it is undeniably sombre and perhaps suggestive of Beethoven in his darker mood. Carefully rehearsed and sung with great earnestness, it failed utterly to please the audience. And as Kreisler has it, quote, "The 8 victims on the altar of musical insensibility withdrew in confusion from the scene, looking very much as if they'd shivered from the effects of a cold douche suddenly poured over their heads." End quote. The enlightened critic of the Allgemeine Zeitung says that, quote, "The 8-part chorus by Herr Schubert was recognized by the public as a farrago of all sorts of musical modulations and vague departures from ordinary forms. No sense, no order, no meaning. The composer in such works resembles a wagoner who drives a team of 8 horses and turns now to the right, now to the left, getting at one time out of the road, then upsetting and pursuing this game without once making any honest way." End quote. It will be seen by reference to Notenbaum's thematische Verzeichnis that no less than 18 songs were published this year, extending from Opus 1 to 7. The arrangements, even down to the dedications, were undertaken for the most part by friends, for Schubert had little or no idea of business matters. The devotion shown towards him at all times by a few choice spirits, who by natural artistic temperament or intuitive perception of his wondrous qualities were drawn, as by a spell, into the magic circle created by his genius, was as remarkable as the blindness and indifference exhibited by those whose official position gave them power and influence to forward the interests of a young and gifted musician. That Schubert reciprocated this feeling in his behalf is undoubted, but his light and unsophisticated nature led him to receive more readily the sympathy of young men of his own age and habits than the more staid, but no less sincere, appreciation and efforts of persons who were enabled by their social footing to labour more effectually, if not more zealously, in his interests. Had he lived to witness and enjoy the fruits of his intellect and imagination from a position of honoured ease and independence, that eminence would not have been attained by his own personal tact and energy. He had as little of courtier-like qualities and worldly mindedness as Beethoven, although with his intimate companions he was more amenable to the influences of genial fellowship than that towering but misanthropical spirit. One of his most steadfast friends was Franz von Schubert, with whom in the summer of this year he made an excursion to the beautiful village of Ochsenburg on the slopes of the Styrian mountains. This visit resulted in the composition of the opera Alfonso and Estrella, of which Schubert wrote the libretto. As this work was not finished until the succeeding year, we shall defer for the present any remarks upon it. A brief letter to Spahn, written on November the 2nd, throws some glimmerings of light on Schubert's position and feelings at this time. Dear friend, your letter has pleased me very much, and I trust you will always be happy and comfortable. I must now, however, inform you that my dedications have done their duty, for the Patriarch, at the instance of Vogel, has expended 12 ducats, and Fries 20, a fact which suits me extremely well. Footnote: the Patriarch here mentioned was Ladislaus Perka, Patriarch of Venice, and a poet of some standing, whose stanzas Die Allmacht and Das Heimweh Schubert set to music. Back to main text. You must also be so kind as to conclude your correspondence with the Patriarch by a suitable acknowledgment made to him, and me also. Schauber's opera has already got to the third act, and I should much like you to have been present whilst the opera was in its earliest stage of formation. We count a good deal on the work in question. The Kärntnertor and Vienna theatres are actually leased to Bavaria, and his lease begins to run next December. Now, farewell. Remember me to all friends, particularly your sisters and brothers. Your friend, Franz Schubert. End of section 8. Section 9 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. About this period, social reunions under the name of Schubertiades were organised by the friends and admirers of the young musician. At these somewhat lively gatherings there were speeches, songs, dances, and conviviality, the music always consisting of Schubert's own compositions. Here he was in his element, surrounded by congenial and sympathising companions, and utterly careless as to the present and the future, as if indeed some inward monitor told him that whatever trials and troubles were in store, his deathless fame was secure. Later on, as we shall see, he suffered from terrible depression and mental torture, but at this period there is nothing to prove that he was otherwise than cheerful and light-hearted, a condition arising as much from his natural buoyancy as from his improved worldly prospects. Beside the first and second acts of Alfonso and Estrella, the record of composition in 1821 is a very small one. The most important item is the sketch of the Seventh Symphony in E, which for some inexplicable reason was allowed to remain in its incomplete state. This sketch came into the possession of Ferdinand Schubert, who presented it to Mendelssohn in 1845 or 1846. When Mr. George Grove made his memorable pilgrimage to Vienna in 1867, he was induced by the references to this symphony in Kreisler's Biography to search for it in order, as he expresses it, to make up the magic number of 9. We cannot do better than quote Mr. Grove's own words regarding this imperfect but precious relic. I was at length rewarded, he says, by receiving in August last from Mr. Paul Mendelssohn of Berlin, the brother of the composer, the original manuscript sketch which I had so anxiously desired. I had imagined a sketch of the nature of Beethoven's, 2 or 3 leaves of paper covered with disjointed memoranda. Judge of my astonishment and delight when, on unfolding the parcel, I found a whole symphony in 44 sheets. It is one of the most singular and interesting works in all the musical art. The introduction and a portion of the Allegro are fully scored and completed, but at the 110th bar, the end of a page, Schubert appears to have grown impatient of this regular proceeding, and from that point to the end of the symphony he has made merely memoranda. But these memoranda are perfectly orderly and intelligible. Every bar is drawn in through the entire work. The tempi and names of the instruments are fully written at the beginning of each movement. The very double bars and flourishes are gravely added at the end of each, and fine at the conclusion of the whole. And Schubert evidently regarded the work as completed, and so it practically is, for each subject is given at full length, with a bit of bass or accompaniment or figure or fugato passage. There is not one bar from beginning to end that does not contain the part of one or more instruments, so that I am assured by the most competent authority that it will be quite possible to write in the missing parts and complete the work as Schubert would have done it. Quote, Mr. Sullivan has played it through to me on the piano, and I am allowed by him to say that in quality it appears to be inferior to none of its predecessors, and to abound in beauties, which I do, earnestly trusting that some means may before long be found of restoring this lost treasure to the world. I have heard that Mendelssohn had at one time the intention of filling it up, but of this I know nothing for certain. End quote. These words were written more than 10 years ago, but the wish expressed by Mr. Grove, and with which all true musicians will cordially agree, has not yet been fulfilled. It is quite likely that Mendelssohn would have filled up the interstices in the symphony, had not death removed him so soon after he had acquired it. Mendelssohn is gone from us, but surely there are still musicians who would approach such a task with reverent pleasure, and in whom we should place implicit confidence. To name but one, and perhaps the fittest of them all, Johannes Brahms might be trusted to carry out the work in a manner calculated to satisfy the most enlightened and exacting Schubert admirers. It should be remembered that here is no question of tampering with the score of a great master, or of presenting his music in a manner contrary to his expressed intentions, nor is the case similar to that of the unfinished violin concerto of Beethoven, recently given to the world, in which Herr Helmersberger had actually to compose in order to bring the movement to a proper conclusion. Here the entire plan and extent of each section of the work are indicated in the clearest manner, so that doubt is impossible. And as the names of the instruments are given, that bête noire of many conscientious musicians, quote, additional accompaniments would not have to be considered. Another symphony by Schubert, and one not the product of his boyhood, valuable only as a curiosity, but conceived in his early maturity, only a few months before that other unfinished symphony, which is now the delight of all who have ears to hear. The idea fills the mind of the musician with longing, which ought to be satisfied. It only remains to give a synopsis of the several movements of this work. They run as follows. Adagio in E minor, common time 34 bars, leading to Allegro in E major, 374 bars, Andante in A, 6/8 time, 116 bars, Scherzo in C, 3/4 time, 136 bars, with Trio in A, 70 bars. Finale, Allegro giusto in E, 2/4 time, 626 bars. In the course of 1821, Erol's opera La Clochette was produced at the Kärtner Tor Theatre, and Schubert was commissioned to write the 2 additional numbers for the work mentioned in the catalogue. His name did not appear in connection with the performance, and the pieces were very favourably received, especially the duet. It will have been noticed that the most uneventful years in Schubert's life were those in which he applied himself most diligently to composition. Such was 1822, a period which seems to have passed over his head without the occurrence of any incident calculated to affect his position to any important extent, but it gave birth to some of his very finest creations. Meanwhile, the publication of his music continued. 14 songs and part songs, the first waltzes, opus 9, and the variations on a French air, opus 10, seeing the light. The last named piece is dedicated to Beethoven, and Schindler, in his biography of that great master, relates a very improbable story to the effect that Schubert, in company with his publisher Diabelli, went in person to present the work to Beethoven, and that his nervousness during the interview was such that he could give no answers to the queries addressed to him, his discomfiture being complete when Beethoven pointed out some trifling error in the harmony. Joseph Hüttenbrenner, however, states that Beethoven was not at home when Schubert called upon him, and that the 2 musicians never met, though living in close proximity for 7 years. There can be little question that Schubert would have stood a better chance of general recognition but for the absorbing influence of his great rival. Not that Beethoven was at that time understood by the majority of the musical public, but he was the object of hero worship to the elite, and the chances of another and younger man were proportionately lessened. Schubert's own feelings were, and always had been, those of profound respect and adoration. His art instinct enabled him to comprehend the mighty genius of the Bonn master, and the thought of measuring himself against such a giant probably never entered his head. On his part, Beethoven is said to have been much pleased with the variations aforesaid, but he was too much preoccupied to pay much attention to the modest and retiring Schubert. On his deathbed, however, a collection of Schubert's songs was placed in his hands, and he expressed the utmost admiration and astonishment at their exceeding beauty, exclaiming, "Truly, Schubert possesses a spark of the divine fire." And again, "Some day he will make a noise in the world." The prophecy of the dying man has been amply fulfilled. As Schubert's songs sold rapidly, he would now have been in comfortable pecuniary circumstances but for his utter helplessness in business matters. As before stated, his friends did everything that was possible in his interest, but they could not invariably fight his battles, and on one unfortunate occasion, when no one was at his elbow, he parted with the copyright of a number of compositions for 800 florins. Among these were the Erlking and the Wanderer. Joseph Hüttenbrenner made serious efforts to get Des Teufels Lustschloss performed at Vienna, Munich and Prague, but without success. He also applied to the celebrated publishing firm of Peters at Leipzig, and the head of the house replied in a long letter, setting forth the difficulties in the way of accepting a new composer's work, but consenting to receive a consignment of pieces. However, for some reason, the negotiations came to nothing for a while,
On the other hand, Schubert was offered about this time the appointment of court organist at Vienna, but he refused it, probably because it would have fettered his actions to a limited sphere, and he felt that absolute freedom and independence were essential to him. End of section 9. Section 10 of Schubert by H. F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is now time to consider what he had accomplished in the way of composition this year. First, there was the completion of the opera Alfonso and Estrella, with the exception of the overture, which was not written until December 1823. It may be readily imagined that Schobert's libretto was not a dramatic masterpiece, and the non-success of the work from first to last must in great part be laid to his charge. The subject is wholly romantic and reflects the warmth and glowing fancy of ardent youth, but the poem is lyrical rather than dramatic, and although this treatment enabled Schubert the more readily to pour forth his exhaustless stream of melody, it in proportion rendered the work unsuitable for stage representation. It is said that as quickly as Schubert wrote his lines, Schubert set them to music, and the librettist expressed his astonishment at this unique display of fancy and productive power. We may share that feeling, though it is impossible to deny that the method adopted by the composer was not likely to end in the production of an effective opera. All sense of dramatic unity and consistency must necessarily have been sacrificed, and instead of an organic whole, the joint efforts of the two friends resulted in a conglomeration of pieces, each one perhaps meritorious and beautiful in itself, but quite without significance in the general effect. This lack of dramatic power on the part of both poet and musician proved fatal to the chances of Alfonso and Estrella, and Schubert did not live to witness a performance of the work. Efforts were made from time to time after his death to arrange for its production, but they were unsuccessful until 1854, when it was brought out at Weimar, with the invaluable cooperation of Franz Liszt. Accounts agree as to the merit of the performance, but not even under such favourable circumstances could the defects alluded to be hidden, and the opera was given but once. The Neue Zeitschrift für Musik thus criticises Alfonso and Estrella, quote, "Unfortunately, the poetical, large-hearted composer found himself in company with a thoroughly prosy librettist. For this reason, Schubert's opera will have no vitality in it. The meagre way in which the subject is handled, destitute of any kind of interest, offering no exciting situations, no good dramatic effects, must necessarily have a tame, depressing effect on the audience, not to mention the lyrical effusions, which are immoderately dragged out. These last are the peculiar features of this opera, which one might correctly design a song opera. The consequence is that Schubert, with his pure vein of melody, must have felt a constant sense of restraint, and cannot get beyond the simplest phrases and forms of his Lieder. The inevitable consequence is a kind of suicidal monotony, which Schubert could never succeed, even by his wealth of melody, in entirely dispelling."
This is all the more lamentable as the composer at any point of the story where he could reckon on support, for instance at the conclusion of the first act, the first interview of Estrella with Alfonso, with its interesting instrumentation, in the conspirators' chorus at the conclusion of the second act, besides the scene in the third act between Estrella and Rodolfo, the March of Victory, and much besides, has given convincing proof of his great powers of operatic writing. Had the compiler of the book held out to the musician a helping hand. End quote. There is here an evident desire to exalt Schubert, even at the expense of Schubert. Kreisler speaks in detail of the music, his verdict being essentially the same, namely that where the librettist has afforded an opportunity for dramatic musical treatment, Schubert has not been slow to take advantage of it. As the score is not available for examination, the original manuscript is in the possession of the Musikfreunde in Vienna. It is impossible to controvert these views, but reasoning by the light of his published operatic works, we think it would be the wisest course to abstain from attempting to prove the universality of Schubert's genius. He did enough, and more than enough, to render his place among the great musicians a matter of certainty for all time, and with this knowledge his most fervent admirers may well rest content. The only portions of Alfonso and Estrella which are published are the Overture, a cavatina for tenor, Wenn ich dich holde sehe, and an aria for bass, Tief im Getümmel der Schlacht. Next in dimensions, and superior in importance, is the Mass in A-flat. The score of this work bears, at the commencement, the date November 1819, and at the conclusion, September 1822. This unusually long period is not accounted for by any special amount of elaboration in the construction of the work, and an examination of the music tends to prove that the Kyrie and Gloria were written at the earlier period, and the work then laid aside. It does not seem to have originated with a view to performance at any particular time. At any rate, there's no mention of such a circumstance, either in Schubert's own correspondence or in that of his friends. In length, the Mass stands next to the great work in E-flat, the crowning effort of Schubert's in church composition. In musical value, it must be placed third amongst his masses, superior, that is, to those in G, B-flat and C, but inferior to the E-flat and also to the one in F, that marvellous creation of youthful genius. It remained in manuscript until 1875, when it was published in full score. But the most interesting of Schubert's writings this year, and in some respects the most interesting of all his works, is the unfinished symphony in B minor. This, unlike the sketch of a symphony in E already noticed, is complete as far as the first and second movements. There are 9 bars of the scherzo fully scored, and here the manuscript stops short, without the slightest indication of what was to come next. Whether Schubert made a sketch of this movement before commencing to score is not known, not a trace of anything of the kind having come to light. Perhaps the most curious feature in the case is that he subsequently presented the score, unfinished as it was, to the Musikverein at Gratz, by way of acknowledgment for the honour conferred upon him by the Society in electing him one of its members. For a long while the work remained in the possession of Anselm Hüttenbrenner, brother of Joseph, from whence it seems to have passed, according to Nottebohm, into the hands of Johann Herbeck of Vienna. It was performed for the first time at one of the Gesellschaft concerts in this city in 1865, published early in 1867, and introduced into England at a Crystal Palace concert on April 7th in that year. Its subsequent history in this country is too well known to justify the insertion of any further details here, and for the same reason any remarks on its merits would seem like an impertinence. Musicians regard the unfinished symphony as Schubert's most individual creation. To the present writer it has always appeared as a parable or representation in sound of the composer's own life, to typify that brief but glorious career abruptly terminated just when its promises were being fulfilled, cut asunder by an inexplicable decree of fate when men had begun to understand its beauty and significance. The passages of pure melodic loveliness, generally leading by some startling transition into others of a wild and agitated description, illustrate faithfully enough the gleams of happiness which occasionally shot across Schubert's path, only to be followed by a renewal of darkness and failure. Whether this music conveys a true picture of its composer's mind, consciously or unconsciously, at the time of writing, no one can say. Critics, acting under a natural and pardonable impulse, have endeavoured to perceive such a connection, but beyond one stray sentence in Schubert's diary, as we shall see further on, there's not a tittle of evidence to prove that he sought to depict his own feelings by his music. End of section 10. Section 11 of Schubert by H. F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The year 1823 brought with it one or two matters of considerable moment to Franz Schubert, and it was also a very active period in the way of composition. In October of this year, Weber's Euryanthe was produced in Vienna, the composer having come to that city for the express purpose of conducting his new opera. It will be pleasant to be able to chronicle a friendly meeting between two musicians so mutually imbued with thorough German feeling, and who for that reason should have felt sympathy and admiration for each other's aims and aspirations. The existence of such a natural bond of union did not, however, prevent Schubert from criticising with severity the obvious defects of Euryanthe, defects which were more the fault of Helmine Tschitzi, the librettist, than of Carl Maria von Weber, the musician. His assertion that Euryanthe contained not one original melody and very little genius went far beyond the mark, and Weber was almost justified in his angry retort to the effect that, quote, "the blockhead should learn something first before he presumes to judge me," end quote. Schubert, nothing abashed, took the score of his Alfonso and Estrella to Weber to prove that he had already learned something. The composer of Der Freischütz looked through the score and then remarked, quote, that it was the usual course to drown the first puppies and burn the first operas, end quote. Of course, he only shared the general ignorance as to the marvellous extent and value of Schubert's productions. It is said that Weber's unfriendly expressions arose entirely from pique at Schubert's harsh criticism of his own work, and that subsequently he spoke highly of Alfonso and Estrella, and was willing to have it performed at the Dresden Opera
of which he was then conductor. But it is certain that these two men did not regard each other with the cordiality which one would have looked for under the circumstances. The eccentric and indeed half-crazy authoress, Helmina von Tschitzi, who'd been the means of causing the gifted and popular Weber to fail in his new opera, was now about to weigh down the genius of Franz Schubert in a similar manner. This arose under somewhat peculiar circumstances. A beautiful actress at Vienna, Fräulein Neumann, had an admirer named Kupelwieser, who was acquainted with Madame Tschitzi. He requested her to write a drama to which Schubert was to supply incidental music, for the benefit of his fair enslaver at the Theater an der Wien. Madame Tschitzi undertook the task and finished it in 5 days, though convinced, as she said, of the unsuitability of her work for this particular theatre. His public had a preference for pieces of a realistic and highly coloured description, picturesque melodramas and broad extravaganzas. Further, the director of the house, Wilhelm Vogel, had written a piece, Der böse Krollo, purposely for the benefit of Fräulein Neumann, and in a style more suited to his patrons. However, Schubert accepted his portion of the task, and the performance took place on December the 20th. The piece was thus described in the bill: Rosamunda, Princess of Cyprus, romantic play in 4 acts with choruses, musical accompaniments and dances, by Helmina Tschitzi, née Klinke, the music by Herr Schubert. Accounts are unanimous as to the heaviness, monotony and obscurity of the drama, but the music was very warmly received, thanks in part to Schubert's friends, who mustered in strong force and applauded vociferously. The overture was that to Alfonso and Estrella, then just composed. A critic in a periodical called Der Sammler speaks in the following terms of the music: Herr Schubert shows originality in his compositions, but unfortunately bizarrerie also. The young man is in a period of development. We hope that he will come out of it successfully. At present he is too much applauded. For the future, may he never complain of being too little recognised. End quote. Had this writer been permitted to take a peep into futurity, his astonishment at Schubert's place in music would have been immense. Rosamunde was performed but twice, and then laid aside in favour of Der böse Krollo. In 1824, the romance and the 3 choruses were published, with pianoforte accompaniment. In 1828, the overture to Der Zauberhafer was published in a 4-hand arrangement as the overture to Rosamunde, and this title it has since preserved. The orchestral parts to the romance and choruses, as well as the pretty shepherd's melody and a 3rd entr'acte, were discovered by Mr. George Grove in a cupboard at Dr. Schneider's, where they had lain undisturbed for 44 years. The next important dramatic work composed this year was the opera Fierabras. Barbeyer, the manager of the Imperial Opera, had commissioned Josef Kupelwieser, the secretary of the Josefstadt Theatre, to write the libretto, and Schubert composed the whole of the music to 3 acts between May the 25th and October the 2nd. According to the dates on the score, the 1st act, consisting of 300 pages, was written in 5 days.
It was so much labour wasted, however, as Barbia's lease of the theatre came shortly to an end, and Fierabras was not accepted for performance by his successor. The scene of the opera is laid in Spain, and the story is purely romantic, dealing with the wars with the Moors. According to Kreisler's description, the action seems well sustained, with plenty of heroic and sentimental excitement. The music consists of the overture and 22 numbers. As the opera has not yet been published in its complete form, it is impossible to judge definitely of its merits, the only portions at present available being the overture, a soprano air with male chorus, Des Jammers herbe Qualen, and a chorus of Moors, Der Rache Opfer fallen. Fierabras has never been performed in public, and if we may form an opinion from mere description, it would be better adapted for stage presentation at the present day than any other of Schubert's dramatic works. Whether this be so or not, the world should not be deprived of the music, written in the composer's prime, and doubtless abounding in beauties. This did not conclude his labours for the theatre this year. Among the writers of light and ephemeral pieces, mostly adapted from the French, was I.F. Castelli, who published about this time a one-act libretto, Die Verschworenen. The author's preface is worth quoting. The general complaint of German composers is this: we should be very pleased to write operas if we could obtain suitable poems. Now here is one, gentlemen. If you will set it to music, please let my words have fair play, and don't spoil the plot, whilst you only look after roulades and flourishes in preference to musical characteristics. In my opinion, the opera should be a dramatically worked piece accompanied with music, not music with a text adapted as an afterthought, and the general effect and impression, according to my view, are of more importance than that of giving an opportunity for some individual singer to display the elasticity and power of his vocal organ. Let us do something, gentlemen, for the bona fide German opera." End quote. The soundness of the views here expressed is undeniable. Schubert must have seized upon the piece immediately after its publication, for the date at the end of his score is April 1823. There is no date at the commencement. Castelli and Schubert were acquainted with each other, but the composer, with characteristic carelessness, never even mentioned to the librettist that he had said Die Verschworenen. However, both he and Joseph Hüttenbrenner made serious efforts to get the work performed, but without success. A memorandum book has this entry in 1824. Der häusliche Krieg, the title subsequently given to the operetta, written at my father's house, reviewed and passed for representation at the Royal Opera House. End quote. On the other hand, when the piece was produced at Munich in 1862, the Augsburg Zeitung, in its notice, stated that, quote, "A year after Schubert had given his opera to the managers of the Opera House, he thought the time had arrived for him to make some inquiries after the fate of his work. Whereupon he got back his score from the library, rolled up, tied and fastened. In short, in exactly the same state as he had sent it 13 months before, to his, quote, wise judges and reviewers," end quote. This story has never been corroborated. The plot of Der häusliche Krieg is an adaptation of Aristophanes' Lysistrata. Its humour is rather broad and unrefined, but the treatment shows a good knowledge of stage effect and offers plenty of scope for piquant musical treatment. But Schubert could not abandon himself thoroughly to the exigencies of dramatic representation. He was at all times intensely subjective as a composer, and did not perceive the necessity of subjugating or even controlling his lyrical impulses for the better realization of the various situations in an operatic framework. Thus we find in Der häusliche Krieg, as in his earlier dramatic works, a lavish quantity of delicious melody, whenever an opportunity offers itself for him to exercise his wonderful gift, but of the true dramatic instinct there is but little perceptible. And as Der häusliche Krieg was the last of his completed works for the stage, we are constrained to say that as an operatic composer, Schubert missed his mark. His very inventiveness was a stumbling block to him. But in the concert room, the music of his lyric dramas will always be acceptable. Der häusliche Krieg remained unknown till 1861, when it was performed at a concert of the Vienna Musikfreunde, and created a most favourable impression. In August of the same year it was given on the stage at Frankfurt, and performances in several other German cities followed quickly. The score was published by Schöne in 1862. On March 2nd, 1872, the music was given at a Crystal Palace concert. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The most interesting and valuable of his compositions in 1823 is the very charming cycle of songs known as Die Schöne Müllerin. The circumstances attending the production of this lovely work show the composer in a thoroughly characteristic light. One day he called upon Herr Ranhardiger, secretary to Count Széchenyi, and was asked to wait a short time. Taking up a volume of Müller's poems, he read a few lines and then, putting the book in his pocket, and went away. Next day the secretary went to Schubert for his book and was presented with number 1 of the Müllerlieder. Taking up a volume of Müller's poems, he read a few lines and then, putting the book in his pocket, went away. Next day the secretary went to Schubert for his book and was presented with number 1 of the Müllerlieder. 14 other songs were written this year, several of his greatest favourites being among them. The well-known song Der Zweig was composed in the shop of the music publishers Saar and Leidersdorf, Schubert maintaining meanwhile an animated conversation with a friend. His extraordinary rapidity and facility of composition under every kind of unfavourable circumstances suggested the idea to his friend Johann Vogel that he wrote whilst in a state of clairvoyance. This theory was confirmed by the following incident. Among some songs recently composed was one to which Vogel took a special fancy, but finding it too high for him, he had a copy written in a lower key. A fortnight later he tried over the song in Schubert's presence, and the composer exclaimed, pretty good song. Who wrote it? Taking into consideration not only the multitude of his compositions, but his careless treatment of them, this forgetfulness of one of the children of his own brain was not so very surprising. One of the finest of the instrumental works this year is the Piano Sonata in A minor, opus 143, the slow movement of which is
worthy of Beethoven for breadth and grandeur. Reisman places this work as far back as 1817, but an examination of the music is sufficient to prove this date erroneous. Among the publications in 1823, opus 15 to 24, were the pianoforte Fantasia in C, a set of dances, 6 male voice part songs, and 17 lieder. Of Schubert's personal movements at this time very little is known. He passed the whole year in Vienna, living for the most part in his father's house, according to the memoranda on his compositions, and subsisting, of course, on the sale of these. We now approach a period in Schubert's life when the clouds of destiny first gathered thickly around him, reiterated disappointments, a monotonous existence, and bodily weakness, contributing to produce a state of extreme mental depression. The unhappy frequently find some painful consolation in noting down their thoughts, and Schubert, it would appear, kept a diary at this time from which Kreisler has made the following extracts. Quote, "Grief sharpens the understanding and strengthens the soul, whereas joy seldom troubles itself about the former and makes the latter either effeminate or frivolous." March 27th. No one fathoms another's grief, no one another's joy. People think they are ever going to one another, but they only go near one another. The misery of him who knows this by experience. My productions in music are the product of the understanding and spring from my sorrow. Those only which are the product of pain seem to please the great world most. The loftiest inspiration is but a step removed from the absolutely ludicrous, just as the deepest wisdom is so near akin to crass stupidity. With faith man steps forth into the world. Faith is far ahead of understanding and knowledge, for to understand anything I must first of all believe something. It is the higher basis on which the weak understanding rears its first columns of proof. Reason is nothing but faith analysed. March the 29th. Oh, fancy, thou unsearchable fountain, at which artists and philosophers quench their thirst. Stay with us, although known and honoured but by few, stay with us, if only to guard us against so-called enlightenment, that skeleton without flesh and blood." End quote. On March the 31st, Schubert wrote the following letter to Professor Leopold Kupelwieser, brother of Joseph, who wrote the libretto of Fire of Brass and arranged the production of Rosamunde. Herein his inmost feelings are portrayed in vivid colours. Dear Kupelwieser, I have been anxious for some time past to write to you, but I didn't know how to manage it. An opportunity, however, is now offered to me, and at last I can once more pour out my heart to somebody. In one word, I feel myself the most unhappy, the most miserable man on earth. Picture to yourself a man whose health can never be re-established, who from sheer despair makes matters worse instead of better. Picture to yourself, I say, a man whose most brilliant hopes have come to nothing, to whom the happiness of proffered love and friendship is but anguish, whose enthusiasm for the beautiful, an inspired feeling at least, threatens to vanish altogether. And then ask yourself if such a condition does not represent a miserable and unhappy man. Meine Ruhe ist hin, mein Herz ist schwer, ich finde sie nimmer und nimmermehr. I can repeat these lines now every day, for every night when I go to sleep, I hope never to awake, and every morning renews afresh the wounds of yesterday. Friendlessly, joyously, should I drag on the days of my existence, were it not that sometimes my brain reels and a gleam of the sweet days that are gone shoots across my vision. Our society, as you would have known by this time, came to an end from the reinforcement of the coarse crew addicted to beer drinking and sausage eating. Its dissolution followed in 2 days, although I gave up attending immediately after your departure. Leidersdorf, with whom I am intimately acquainted, is a thoroughly sound, good man, but so deeply depressed and melancholy that I fear I have gained from him more than is good for me in this respect. Then both his and my affairs are not prosperous. Consequently, we never have money. Your brother's opera? I don't admire his conduct in absenting himself from the theatre, was declared impracticable, and no demand of any sort was made for my music. Castelli's opera, Die Verschworenen, has been received with applause at Berlin. The music is by a resident composer there. Thus I have composed 2 operas to no purpose whatever. I've done very little new in the way of songs, but to make amends, I have made several attempts in instrumental things, for I have composed 2 quartets besides an octet, and I intend to write an additional quartet. Thus I hope to pave the way for a grand symphony. The latest news in Vienna is that Beethoven intends giving a concert where we are to have his new symphony, 3 numbers out of the new Mass, and a new overture. God willing, I intend also to give a similar concert next year. Now I conclude, not wishing to use too much letter paper, and greet you 1,000 times. If you were to write all about your artistic and intellectual state just at present, and your life generally, nothing would give greater pleasure to your true friend. My address would be an die Kunsthandlung Sauer und Leidersdorf, because at the beginning of March I go with Esterhazy to Hungary. End letter. These extracts are indicative of a morbid frame of mind, but it will be grossly unjust to quote them as some have done, to prove that Schubert's normal condition was unhappy, and that he regarded himself as the victim of a relentless fate, ever dooming him to failure and disappointment. His natural disposition was to take matters easily and unconcernedly, and this outburst of complaining was only the result of one of those temporary fits of depression to which most men are subject at some period of their lives. Again, it would be deceptive to estimate the state of his mind from the character of his music. In the midst of this mental gloom, he composed the Octet for Strings and Wind, one of the most uniformly cheerful of his works. End of section 12. Section 13 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the letter quoted above, he mentions that he is going to the Esterhazys at Zeles. 6 years had elapsed since he was last there, and there is nothing to show why the arrangement made in 1818 was not followed up annually, nor is there any evidence that he even continued to teach the family or maintain intimacy with them during their winter residence in Vienna. But from a certain incident now to be narrated, it is probable that the connection was not sundered for so long a period as 6 years. It may seem surprising that up to the present time no mention has been made of any affair of the heart in which Schubert was concerned. One in whom the poetic and imaginative qualities were so richly developed should have been peculiarly susceptible to the tender passion. This was not so, however, for he was fond of rallying his friends on their various flirtations, and only once in his whole career did he conceive an ardent affection. Its object was Caroline, the younger daughter of Count Esterhazy. Keister refers to the matter on the occasion of Schubert's first visit to Zelig in 1818, but Caroline was then a little girl of 11, and he was 21, an age when men are rarely attracted by females much younger than themselves. It is probable, therefore, that the affair commenced at a later date, and it is certain that it culminated in 1824. Caroline was now 17 years old, and her increasing beauty and attractive manners fairly enslaved her musical preceptor. That she was aware of his passion cannot be doubted, and one day she asked him, with pretended feelings of earnestness, why he never dedicated any of his pieces to her. He replied, "What would be the use? All that I do is dedicated to you." But although she admired and liked him, in common with the rest of her family, she could not return his love, and considering the disparity in their ages and positions, and Schubert's unprepossessing appearance, there's no cause for wonder at this insensibility. Romanticists will delight to trace the effect of this dominant feeling of his heart in the music composed about this time. The biographer cannot deal with such conjectures, and must pass to the more practical question of the influence of a sojourn in Hungary on Schubert's imagination. With all his subjectivity, he could not be impervious to the fascinations of Slavonic music, and we find unmistakable Hungarian impress in several compositions referable to the year 1824. The Divertissement and La Hongroise for 4 hands, opus 54, is one of these, and the Quartet in A minor, opus 29, a work of far greater beauty and value, is another. The 2 quartets in E-flat, opus 25, number 1, and E, opus 25, number 2, were written this year, though previous to his visit to Zelig. See his letter to Kupelwieser. But the variations, opus 35, are dated from that place, and so is the magnificent Sonata in C for 4 hands, opus 140. This splendid work was composed in June, according to the autograph in the possession of Madame Schumann. Its eminently orchestral character is obvious to all musicians, and Herr Joachim, recognising this, has scored it in the most tasteful and appropriate manner. Of course, he has thereby incurred the displeasure of the pedants, which in this instance he can well afford to disregard. In the letter to Kupelwieser, Schubert speaks of writing a grand symphony. No such work saw the light until 1828. May not this be the symphony, disguised thus because no orchestra was available at Zélezh? It is permissible to think so, and having regard to the character of the work, Herr Joachim should receive the gratitude of all Schubert's admirers for having placed one of his most valuable bequests in its proper sphere. The sonata in A minor for pianoforte and harp, mentioned in Kreisler, is probably that for piano and arpeggione. Among the vocal compositions there is the celebrated quartet, Gebet vor der Schlacht. This afforded to the Esterhazys an example of Schubert's extraordinary readiness in composition. One morning, at breakfast, the Countess begged him to set Diderot-Fouquet's poem to music. In the evening, he presented the quartet, and it was practised at once. The manuscript remained in possession of the Countess until 1838, when it was published. The change of scene and occupation had an ameliorating influence on Schubert's mind, as will be seen by the following extracts from a serious, but on the whole cheerful, letter to his brother Ferdinand. Was it merely sorrow at my absence that drew tears from you, which you could not trust yourself to write about? Or, on thinking of me, oppressed as I am by indefinable longings, did you feel yourself enveloped in a gloomy veil of sorrow? Or did all the tears which you have already seen me shed come to your remembrance? For come what may, I feel more plainly than ever at this moment that you, and none else, are my own precious friend, interwoven with every fibre of my soul. In order that these lines may not perchance mislead you to a belief that I am unwell or out of spirits, I hasten to assure you of the contrary. Certainly that happy, joyous time is gone, when every object seemed encircled with a halo of youthful glory, and that which has followed is a miserable reality, which I endeavour as far as possible to embellish by the gifts of my fancy, for which I thank God. I am now much more than formerly in the way of finding peace and happiness in myself. As a proof of this, I shall show you a grand sonata and variations upon an original theme, which I have already composed. This letter is dated July the 18th. The picture it draws of the tone poet, finding consolation for the disappointments of life in the exercise of his art, shows that Schubert was beginning instinctively to comprehend his mission in the world. The publications of 1824 comprise the Müllerin, dedicated to the Baron von Schönstein, the friend of the Esterhazys, the vocal pieces from Rosamunde, the 3 marches for 4 hands, opus 27, and the part song, Der Gondelfahrer. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Next year the clouds drifted entirely away from Schubert, and he became once more buoyant, jovial, mirth-loving. This change for the better was brought about by a long excursion which he took with Vogel in the romantic region of Upper Austria. The friends met at Steyr on March the 31st, where they remained until the warm weather set in, enjoying the hospitality of their many friends and rewarding them with their musical performances. In their subsequent wanderings they also fell in constantly with old acquaintances whose companionship greatly added to the delights of travel in a beautiful country. The most vivid idea of Schubert's feelings at this time can be gained by allowing him to speak for himself. Here is a portion of a letter written to his old schoolfellow, Josef Spahn, who supplied him with music paper at the Konvikt. Linz, July the 21st, 1825. Dear Spahn, you may well imagine my uncommon vexation in being obliged in Linz to write a letter to you in Lemberg. Deuce take that abominable duty which separates friends from one another when they had scarce sipped the cup of friendship. Here I am, sitting still in Linz, half dead with the melting heat and perspiration. I have a whole number of new songs, and you are not here. Are you not ashamed? Linz without you is a body without a soul, a rider without a horse, broth without salt. If I didn't get good beer at Jägermeier's and decent wine at the Schlossberg, I should go and hang myself on the parade, out of grief for the soul of the Linzes, which has taken wing and flown away. You see, I am utterly out of sorts with the general lot of Linz folk, whereas in your mother's house, surrounded by your sisters, besides Attenbold and Max, I am thoroughly happy. A faint shadow of their spirit seems to radiate from the material form of the occasional Linzer. Only I fear this light will become beautifully less by degrees, and then I shall fall to pieces in sheer despair. After all, it is downright misery to see everything ossified into stale prose, whilst the majority of humdrum people jog on in perfect self-complacency, as long as they can comfortably slide over the quagmire into the abyss below. It certainly is much harder work as one mounts upward in the scale, and yet it would be an easy matter to get rid of the common elements if the upper classes lent a helping hand. For the rest, don't let your hair grow grey with misery at being so far away from us. Brave the simple fate. Let your gentle spirit expand like a flower garden, that you may diffuse the warmth of life in the cold north and show your divine origin wherever you go. Contemptible is the grief which stealthily creeps upon a noble heart. Cast it away from you, and tear to pieces the vulture which is gnawing at your heart. End quote. The true genial Schubert shows himself here unmistakably. On July the 25th, he sent a long letter to his parents, from which a few brief extracts are subjoined. Quote, my new songs out of Walter Scott's Lady of the Lake were very warmly commended. My audience expressed great delight at the solemnity of my hymn to the Blessed Virgin. It seems to have infected the minds of listeners with a spirit of piety and devotion. I believe I have obtained this result by never forcing on myself religious ecstasy and never setting myself to compose such hymns or prayers except when I am involuntarily overcome by the feeling and spirit of devotion. In that case, devotion is of the right and genuine kind. I intend to have some other arrangement for the publication of these songs, the present one inviting so little attention. They must have the illustrious name of Scott on the title page, and thus make people more curious. With the addition of the English text, they might help to make me better known in England. If only once I could make some fair terms with art purveyors. But in that matter the wise and beneficent management of the government has taken care that the artist shall remain forever the slave of every huckster. With regard to Milder's letter, I'm glad to hear of the favourable reception given to Zuleika, though I should have liked to have examined the review for myself to see if there was anything to be learned from it. For however favourable the criticism may be, the whole thing may be simply ridiculous if the reviewer, as is often the case, has not the proper understanding and capacity for reviewing. Give my kindest love to Ferdinand and his wife and children. Could he only see these divine mountains and lakes, the look of which threatens to crush or swallow us, he would not be so enamoured of the petty life of men as not to esteem it a great happiness to be restored anew to life and to strength and energy. What of Karl? Will he travel or stay at home? He has now a great deal to do, for a married artist is bound to publish pieces from nature as well as copies, and if both kinds succeed, he's doubly to be praised, for that is no light matter to attain unto. I renounce it on that account." End quote. These are not the utterances of a man who is thoroughly tired and disgusted with existence, and whose mind has become unhinged by long-continued striving with unkind fortune. The simple piety and sly humour are characteristic of Schubert at his best, and the unwonted shrewdness in business matters shows that he was beginning, at least, to acquire a little knowledge of the world. Later in the season he sent Ferdinand a detailed account of his wanderings, from which we quote a few passages. The first portion is dated Gmunden, September the 12th. From Neumarkt, which is the last stage before Salzburg, one gets the first glimpse of the snow-covered tops of mountains emerging from the Salzburg valley. About an hour from Neumarkt, the country is exceedingly beautiful. The Waller See, which pours forth its clear bluish-green water, lights up this fair scene in an enchanting way. The situation is very lofty, and from that point one gets, by a constant descent, as far as Salzburg. The mountains appear higher and higher. The Untersberg, with its ghosts and legends, particularly appears above the rest like magic. The villages show signs of the wealth of former days. In the commonest peasants' houses one finds on all sides marble window ledges and doors, sometimes even staircases of red marble. The sun darkens, and the gloomy clouds lower over the black mountains like children of the mist. But they touch not the peak of the Untersberg. They glide past it as though afraid of its dreadful inmates. From the cathedral we went to the monastery of St. Peter, where Michael Haydn resided. The church here also is wonderfully beautiful. Here, as you know, is the monument of Michael Haydn. It is very fine, but is badly placed in an obscure, out-of-the-way corner. The inscriptions all about, in different directions, have something childish about them. Haydn's head is contained in an urn. I thought to myself, may thy pure and peaceful spirit hover around me, dear Haydn, and if I can never become like thee, peaceful and guileless, at all events, none on earth has such deep reverence for thee as I have. Sad tears fell from my eyes, and we went on. End of section 14. Section 15 of Schubert by H.F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Steyr, September the 21st. You see from the date that several days have elapsed between this and my last letter, and that from Gmunden we have, alas, settled down again at Steyr. To continue then the diary of my journey, which I already repent of, it takes me too long, the following day was the loveliest day in the world, and of the world. The Untersberg, or more properly the Oberste, shone and glistened amidst his squadron and attendant crowd of other mountains in, or strictly speaking near, the sun. We drove through the above-described valley and fancied ourselves in Elysium, with this advantage over the paradise of old, that we sat in a charming carriage, a luxury desiderated by Adam and Eve. Instead of wild beasts, all sorts of pretty girls met us on our way. It really is very wrong that in so lovely a country I should make such sorry jokes, but today I can't be serious for a single moment. After some hours we arrived at Hellein, a remarkable town, but uncommonly dirty and dismal. All the inhabitants looked like ghosts, pale, hollow-eyed, and thin enough to make tapers of, or lucifer matches. The horrible contrast suggested by comparison of the Rattenstadt with the other valley made a very fatal impression on my mind. It is as though one fell straight from heaven upon a dung-heap, or listened to something of the immortal A after a piece of Mozart. Amidst these awful scenes of nature, man has sought to perpetuate the memory of his still more dreadful inhuman actions. For here it was where the Bavarians on one side of the Salzach and the Tyrolese on the other, the river roaring deep beneath them, inflicted that dreadful murderous slaughter, whilst the Tyrolese, secreted in the holes of the rocks, uttering their hellish cries, fired on the Bavarians, who were striving to win the pass and fell wounded into the abyss, without seeing whence the shots proceeded. This shameful action, which was continued for several days and weeks, they tried to mark by building a chapel on the Bavarian side of the pass and erecting a red cross in the rock on the Tyrolese side. These emblems were partly intended as memorials and partly to appease the wrath of heaven by such sacred mementos. O glorious Christ, how many wicked deeds must thy sacred image appear to sanction? Thou thyself, the cruellest memorial of human guilt, men set up thy image, as though they would say, lo, with insolent feet, we have trampled upon the most perfect creation of the great God. Shall we feel disturbed compunction of heart in annihilating that noxious insect called man? Gracious heaven, it's an awful business having to describe one's travels. I can't say more. As I intend to come to Vienna in the early part of October,
I will present you with my diary in propria persona, and where I have omitted anything, you shall have it from my lips." End of quotation from diary. Shortly after this, Vogel departed for Italy to be treated for the gout, and as Schubert's money was nearly all spent, he returned to Vienna, light of pocket, but thoroughly restored in body and mind. If he could have renewed these pleasant excursions at frequent intervals, his precious life might have been spared, for a few years at least. But with the exception of a brief visit to Gratz in 1827, this was the last occasion on which he left Vienna. Whilst he was enjoying the beauties of nature in the Austrian Tyrol and of art in Salzburg, his pen was not idle. The wild and beautiful sonata in A minor, Opus 4, was certainly written during his wanderings, and the Notenbaum names the sonatas in D, Opus 53, and in A, Opus 120, as being probably composed this year. Reisman is undoubtedly wrong in placing these works as early as 1817. They are both in his later manner, the sonata in D especially. Publication proceeded rapidly this year. The A minor quartet, Opus 29, several songs and piano pieces, as far as Opus 38, being included in the catalogue. No record is to be found of the sums received by Schubert for these works, but the honorarium was doubtless in all cases very small, as his finances were in a very unsatisfactory condition at the end of the year. 10 years had elapsed since Schubert made his unsuccessful application for the post of music master at Laibach, and since that time he had not tried to obtain any appointment. In 1826, however, he made 2 such moves, failing in the first by mere ill fortune, and in the second by his own folly, if we may credit the story. The office of Vice-Kapellmeister to the imperial court falling vacant, Schubert sent in an application. Among the other candidates were Jenatz, Luther von Seyfried, Konraden Kreutzer, Anselm Hüttenbrenner, and Josef Weigel. Count Harrach, the Hofmusikgraf, in making his report concerning the merits of the candidates, said of Schubert, quote, "Schubert appeals to his services as court singer, confirmed by a testimonial of Salieri, who taught him composition, and vouches for the fact of his having composed 5 masses, which have been given in several churches." The decision was not made until January in the following year. As Schindler is the authority for the details of the other affair, and as there are circumstances in it hard to believe, it will be only just to let him tell the story in his own words. Schubert had an opportunity in 1826 of freeing himself from his monetary difficulties by obtaining a respectable appointment. In consequence of Kapellmeister Krebs leaving for Hamburg, a conductor was required for the Kettner Tor Theatre, and Schubert's friends, with Vogel at their head, tried their utmost to get him appointed. The young musician had attracted the attention of Dupont, the manager, but the decision rested upon his success in composing some operatic scenes arranged for the occasion. This was done, and Nanette Schechner was to sing the soprano part. During the rehearsals, the lady called the attention of the composer to some insurmountable difficulties in the principal air, and requested him to make curtailments and to simplify the accompaniments. which Schubert flatly refused to do. At the first orchestral rehearsal, the artist endeavoured in vain to master the air, and Schubert's friends begged him to make the required modifications, but without result. He persisted in his determination. At the last rehearsal, everything went smoothly until the air, when it happened as everyone anticipated. The singer struggled hard with the weighty accompaniments, especially with the brass, but was fairly overpowered. She sat down on a chair by the proscenium, quite exhausted. No one spoke, and despair was on every countenance. Meanwhile, Duport, the manager, went from group to group and whispered mysteriously. This extraordinary story rests solely on the authority of Schindler, whose untrustworthiness with regard to Beethoven has been often exposed. That Schubert was exceedingly averse to altering anything he had written was undoubtedly true. Karl Umlauf, a musical amateur, relates that he often used to visit him early in the morning and generally found him in bed, noting down his ideas. Umlauf would sing his newest songs with a guitar accompaniment, sometimes venturing to question the advisability of the expression given to certain words. But Schubert was very tenacious of his own views and would never agree to alter what was once written down. On one occasion, there was an argument on the line in The Wanderer, "O Land, wo bist du?" Schubert insisted upon emphasizing the word bist, Umlauf the word du. Schubert justly held to his opinion, and the line was published in this form. On the other hand, it is difficult to believe that Schubert, who was rarely known to lose his temper, would behave in the extraordinary manner Schindler has described. An eyewitness of the rehearsal, Franz, says that the scene was difficult, but remembers nothing of any unpleasantness, asserting indeed that Schubert behaved in his usual quiet, undemonstrative manner. Joseph Hüttenbrenner declares that Fräulein Schechner expressed herself delighted, quote, with the wonderfully beautiful air by Schubert, unquote, and that theatrical intrigues were the reason of his failure to win the appointment. An examination of the piece would probably put an end to all doubts on the subject, but unhappily it has been lost, and thanks to Schindler, Franz Schubert must still bear the suspicion of having ruined his own prospects by suicidal folly. At the same time, as Kreisler well observes, it is not likely that he would have remained at his post even if he had obtained it. His love of change, his independent spirit, and free, untutored manner would have ill agreed with the routine duties of a theatrical conductor. End of section 15. Section 16 of Schubert by H. F. Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The compositions referred to must be the 23rd Psalm and Gott in der Natur, written for the pupils of the Conservatorium. Schubert made a rich return for the compliment paid him by the Musikfreunde. He presented them in 1828 with the score of his great Symphony in C, but, as will be seen, they did not at the time know how to appreciate the gift. On January the 22nd, 1827, the decision with reference to the appointment of the Vice-Kapellmeister was made known. Joseph Weigel, composer of Die Schweizer Familie, and a large number of works in all branches of musical art, was the fortunate candidate, and thus Schubert again found himself deprived of the chance of obtaining a settled income as well as an honourable position. When he was informed of Weigel's election, he said to Spahn, "I should have been very glad to receive that appointment, but as it has been given to so excellent a musician as Weigel, I have no cause for dissatisfaction." Early this year the musical world was startled by learning of the dangerous illness of Beethoven. Notwithstanding Schindler's graphic description of the great master's reception of Schubert in 1822, there is no direct evidence that the two composers met at that time. Joseph Hüttenbrenner, whose testimony may be trusted, states, however, that he, Schubert, and the artist Telscher went to Beethoven's house during his last illness and stood for a long while round his bed. The dying man was told the names of his visitors and made signs to them with his hand, which they could not comprehend. Schubert was deeply touched on this occasion, for his veneration for the greatest of all musicians amounted to something resembling worship. Shortly afterwards the news went forth that the mighty Beethoven was dead, and among the concourse of persons that attended his funeral was Franz Schubert. A Viennese journal states that he was one of the 38 torchbearers who stood around the grave. After the ceremony he adjourned with two friends to the Mehlgruber tavern, where he filled 2 glasses of wine and drank the first to the memory of Beethoven and the second to the memory of him who should be the first to follow Beethoven to the grave. All men think all men mortal but themselves, and Schubert probably little dreamed that he would be summoned to follow Beethoven's footsteps in less than 2 years. Any gloomy considerations were for a while dispelled by a pleasurable excursion which Schubert made late in the summer of this year. At Gratz there lived a family of the name of Pachler, whose house was the rendezvous for all persons connected with art and especially with music, who happened to be in Gratz. Frau Pachler, the wife of Dr. Karl, was gifted far above the average of her sex with musical ability. She was a devoted admirer of Beethoven and played his sonatas with great intelligence. Musicians of note were always sure of a welcome at the house of the Pachlers, and Beethoven himself was expected in 1827, his death putting an end forever to this hope. Schubert's friend Jenger was intimate with the family and had been commissioned to bring him in 1826, but business matters interposed an obstacle to this arrangement, and it was postponed until next year. On June the 12th, Schubert addressed a letter to Madame Pachler as follows: "Most gracious lady, although I am at a loss to account for my deserving at your hands the friendly invitation forwarded me in a letter sent to Jenger, and without ever supposing it will be in my power to make any kind of return for your goodness, yet I cannot but accept an invitation which will not only enable me to see Gratz, the praises of which place have become so familiar to me, but also to have the honour of becoming personally acquainted with you. I remain with every sentiment of respect your most obedient servant, Franz Schubert." The guests arrived at Gratz on Monday, September the 3rd, and had a very pleasant time of it for nearly 3 weeks. Excursions to places of interest in the neighbourhood and visits to hospitable friends of the Pachlers occupied much of the time, and Schubert's music was in great request. The return journey to Vienna was accomplished on September the 24th, and both Jenger and Schubert looked back regretfully on the happy days spent at Gratz. The former wrote a letter of thanks to their hostess, and the latter supplemented it with one to her husband, Dr. Karl Pachler, which ran thus: "Honoured Sir, I begin to find out already that I was far too happy and comfortable at Gratz, and that Vienna and I don't exactly suit one another. Certainly it is rather big, but on that account empty of all heart, sincerity, candour, genuine thoughts and feelings, rational talk, and utterly lacking in intellectual achievements. One cannot ascertain exactly whether people are clever or stupid. There's such a deal of petty, poor gossip. Real cheerfulness one seldom, if ever, comes across. It is very possible, no doubt, that I have myself to blame, being so very slow in the art of thawing. In Gratz, I soon learned to appreciate the absence of all artifice and conventional ways. Had I stayed longer, I should, of course, been more profoundly penetrated with the happiness of such perfect freedom from all restraint. Coming to particulars, I shall never forget the happy time passed with your dear wife, the steady Pachlers, and the little Faust." Footnote: Dr. Pachler's only son, aged 7, back to main text. These were the happiest days I have passed for a long time. In the hope of my being able some day to express my gratitude in a fitting manner, I remain, with the greatest respect, yours most obediently, N.B. I hope to be able to send the libretto in a few days. The libretto here mentioned was that of Alfonso and Estrella. Schubert had left the score at Gratz in the hope of getting the opera performed there. The Pachlers used their utmost influence in the matter, but without success, the conductor Heissel declaring that the technical difficulties of the work were insuperable. The score remained in Dr. Pachler's keeping until 1843, when Ferdinand Schubert sent for it, in the expectation, which proved fruitless, of obtaining a performance in Vienna. Madame Pachler begged Schubert to write a piano duet for herself and her little son, and he complied by sending her a march in G with the following letter: "Herewith I forward the 4-hand piece for the little Faust. I'm afraid it will not meet with your approval, as I do not feel myself particularly well qualified for writing things in this style. I hope you are both in a better state of health than I am. The pains in my head, a common disorder with me, have returned. Pray congratulate Dr. Karl very heartily for me on his birthday, and let him know that I have not been able as yet to get back from that lazy fellow Gottdank my libretto, which I let him have to read through months and months ago. I remain with great respect your most obedient Franz Schubert." This letter is dated October the 12th. The pains in his head mentioned by Schubert were the premonitory symptoms of his approaching illness. He had suffered for years from nervous headache and a rush of blood to the brain, and the attacks gradually increased in intensity. No idea of any serious malady, however, seems to have been entertained at this time, either by himself or his friends. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Schubert by Henry Frederick Frost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Symphony in C, musical overview, last illness and death. Musically, the product of 1827 was at least of equal value to that of previous years. The largest choral work was the Deutsche Messe, a series of movements set to a sacred text by Johann Philipp Neumann and composed for the Vienna Polytechnic. The accompaniment is for organ or wind instruments, oboes, clarinets, bassoons, horns, trumpets, trombones, and drums. In style, the music is religious, simple, and homophonous. The trio in B-flat, Opus 99, was probably, and the trio in E-flat, Opus 100, certainly composed this year. In the B-flat trio, Schubert reverts to a simpler, lighter style of composition than he had lately affected. By some odd caprice of fate, this work enjoys greater popularity than its companion, which is its equal in melodic beauty and far grander in conception, more poetical, and more thoroughly imbued with Schubertian individuality. The impromptus for pianoforte solo, Opus 142, are supposed to have been written about this time. The date of those Opus 90 is unknown. The completion of the Winterreise seems to have occupied his attention in the autumn of this year. These sad but most lovely lieder are so well known and admired that any criticism on their merits would be superfluous. The publications extended to Opus 88 and included the Fantasia Sonata in G, and those portions of the operas Alfonso and Estrella and Fierabras which were deemed worthy to see the light. Notwithstanding some negotiations, Schubert did not succeed in placing any of his compositions beyond the confines of Vienna. Probst of Leipzig wrote early in the year declining the manuscripts forwarded to him, on the ground that he was concentrating his energies on the issue of a complete edition of the works of Kalkbrenner. It is easy to sneer at the short-sightedness of one who could not foresee the time when Kalkbrenner's name would be all but forgotten, whilst that of Schubert would become a household word. But a publisher, even if he could look into futurity, must still deal with the present, and cannot go beyond a certain length in spreading the fame of an author whom the public is slow to recognize. But perhaps the oddest communication ever received by a composer was that addressed to Schubert by Friedrich Rochlitz, who wished him to set a poem entitled Der erste Ton. After stating that his directions are merely to be taken as hints for general consideration, he proceeds to enter into minute details as follows: overture, a staccato chord, fortissimo, and then perhaps a lengthy sustained passage for clarinet or horn with pauses, then commencing quietly and slowly, illustrated in music more and more gloomy and restless in style, treated harmonically rather than melodically, a kind of chaos, afterwards gradually brightening and developing. After the words Wiederhall nach, the orchestra should have a tutti, and so prepare for the great, brilliant, and sublime chorus Drum preis dir, which might be lengthened in accordance with the fancy of the composer. The last lines, however, should, as the conclusion of the entire work, be of a peaceful and mild character, avoiding any change in the time or the key. Rochlitz then further protests against the idea that his suggestions should be taken as in any way binding upon the composer, but he seems to have been unaware that music, to have any value at all, must be wholly spontaneous. It appears that 5 years earlier he had requested Beethoven to undertake a setting of his poem, but had met with a refusal. Schubert, who was even less amenable to external pressure than Beethoven, likewise declined. Kreisel affects surprise at this, and suggests that the didactic character of the work, or a fear of plagiarizing from Haydn's representation of chaos, may have influenced him. It is more probable that his independent spirit revolted at the notion of writing music to order, for he was not usually very punctilious in his choice of subjects. The brief and checkered life of Franz Schubert was now drawing to its close. We have followed him through momentary gleams of sunshine and weary years of gloom. We have witnessed his friends laboring more earnestly in his behalf than he was capable of doing himself, and have noted how their noble and unselfish efforts were frequently frustrated, either by public coldness and indifference, or because they were misdirected. And lastly, we have watched the growth of his genius, even to that stage of development which resulted in the production of works, faulty perhaps as regards mere structural elegance and symmetry, but matchless for true poetry and imaginativeness. Now, when the power and beauty of Schubert's music were beginning to be felt outside the limited circle of the Viennese cognoscenti, fate stepped in and removed the man whom the world was at that time incapable of appreciating at his full value. If Schubert had experienced a premonition of his approaching end by some supernatural means, he could not have evinced a stronger determination to accomplish as much as possible during the few months yet remaining to him. This extraordinary concentration of energy may have hastened the decay of his bodily powers, but it proved that the divine fire within him burned more fiercely than ever to the very last, and that death itself was alone capable of quenching it. In the month of March he finished his Grand Symphony in C, a work which is now the wonder and admiration of the musical world. This glorious piece may not possess the tenderness and lyrical beauty of the unfinished Symphony in B minor, but it far surpasses that lovely fragment in breadth and grandeur of outline, and despite its extreme length, musicians who are once thoroughly acquainted with it would be loath to sacrifice a single bar. In another respect, it occupies a unique position among Schubert's instrumental works. It has frequently been remarked with justice that his final movements are generally weaker than the remainder of his compositions. Their length and diffuseness show a sad want of discipline, and the constant reiteration of the same ideas produces a sense of weariness, even in the most enthusiastic listener. It is not so in this 9th Symphony. Here the finale is the crown and glory of the whole work, a movement unequaled for wild surging force and an intensity of energy which in the peroration becomes almost terrific. It is Schubert's apotheosis in music, the most resplendent manifestation of his genius at its zenith. This great work, as soon as completed, was presented to the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde in return for the testimonial mentioned above. The parts were copied out, and the symphony placed in rehearsal. But its extreme length, elaboration, and difficulty constituted a fatal barrier to its performance, and Schubert recommended them to substitute the earlier and simpler Symphony in C No. 6. This must have been a great disappointment to him, for he was now fully conscious of his own powers, and declared that Lieder were no longer to occupy his thoughts. From henceforth he should devote himself to opera and symphony. Yet he did not live to hear one of his principal orchestral works performed on an adequate scale. His modest and retiring disposition had withheld him hitherto from ever giving any concerts on his own account, but at length, in response to numerous requests, he gave a private concert at the Musikverein on March 26th. The program of this interesting event is not extant, but it consisted entirely of his own compositions, and the success was so signal and unqualified that it was at once decided to give another concert at the earliest opportunity. Alas, when next a program of Schubert's music was performed, the composer was cold in his grave. Though he did not live to hear a performance of his last great symphony, he had the gratification of being present at a rendering of his trios by the celebrated Schubert company of players. The one referred to in the following agreeable letter to Anselm Hüttenbrenner at Gratz is the trio in E flat. Dearest friend, you will be astonished at my writing to you. So am I. But if I do write, it is on a purely selfish errand. Now pray listen. The post of drawing master at the Normal High School at Gratz is, I perceive, vacant, and candidatures are invited. My brother Karl, whom you may know, would like to obtain the situation. He is a capital landscape painter and also a good draftsman. If you could give me some assistance in this matter, I should be eternally grateful to you. My brother is a married man with children. To secure a permanent salaried post would be exceedingly agreeable to him. I hope things are going favorably with you, and also with your family and your brothers. Remember me very kindly to them all. Lately a trio of mine for piano, violin, and violoncello was played at Schuppensieg's, and was very well received. It was splendidly rendered by Bachlet, Schuppensieg, and Linke. Have you written nothing new? By the by, why don't the two songs appear? Bother it, what a nuisance it is. I reiterate my first request, and please bear in mind that any assistance given to my brother I consider as done to me. Hoping for pleasant news from, I remain until death, your devoted friend, Franz Schubert. This letter testifies to his goodness of heart, and also proves conclusively that his mind was not in the clouded condition which was so painfully apparent 4 years previously. The two songs mentioned were Im Walde and Auf der Brücke, which were to be published in Gratz. The letter is dated January 18th, and the songs appeared in May as Opus 90. They were the first compositions of Schubert which appeared out of Vienna. In the same month, the E-flat trio was issued by Probst at Leipzig, and these were the only practical proofs of recognition of his ability beyond his native city. It will be remembered that Probst wrote a few months previously, declining the work forwarded to him by Schubert. Shortly afterwards, however, he met the composer in Vienna, where his worth was beginning to be appreciated, and consequently he reopened negotiations, asking for something in the way of a song romance or vocal concerted piece. But Schubert cared for none of these things, and offered the trio in E-flat, which Probst accepted, without seeing it, at the price of 20 florins 60 kreuzers, though he stated that a trio is at best an article to keep up the credit of the firm, and we very seldom make any profit out of it. The trio was duly forwarded, and Probst then wrote again asking for the opus number and the dedication, to which Schubert replied in this strangely abrupt and rather uncivil note: Sir, the number of the trio is 100. I most earnestly beg of you that it may be correctly printed. This I am extremely anxious about. The work will be dedicated to those who know how to appreciate it. That is the most advantageous dedication. With all respect, Franz Schubert. Failing health and irritation caused by continued pecuniary difficulties can alone account for this style of utterance, so at variance with his usual pleasant and genial manner. Schubert had now brought his powers to a climax in the several departments of Lieder, chamber, orchestral, and sacred composition. In the latter his labours were worthily crowned by the Mass in E-flat. No reference to this great work is made in the meagre correspondence about this time, and as far as can be ascertained, it was not written for any special occasion. Indeed, its extreme length is almost fatal to its use in the church service, except on some high and festive occasion of special importance. It is a curious and probably unexampled fact in music for a composer to be most successful in his first and last efforts in any particular branch of his art. But Schubert's early Mass in F is even superior to the latest of its companions in chaste melody, symmetry of proportion, and a true church-like style, and both are greater than the intermediate Masses in G, C, B-flat, and A-flat. Notwithstanding his avowed wish to devote his talents to the larger forms of composition, he did not relax his energy in the department of song-writing to the very last. The most important work in this direction was the collection known as the Schwanensgesang, consisting of 7 songs by Rellstab, 6 by Heine, and 1, Die Taubenpost by Seidl. The poems by Rellstab were originally sent by the author to Beethoven, who declined them on the score of illness, but recommended that they should be handed over to Schubert, which was accordingly done after Beethoven's death. The songs of Heine were composed 2 or 3 years earlier, according to Baron von Schönstein, and the statement of the publisher that numbers 1 to 13 were written in August 1828 may therefore be partially erroneous. But the 14th of these, Lieder der Taubenpost, was undoubtedly penned in October of this year, and therefore possesses a melancholy interest, as being the last utterance of the most gifted lyrical composer the world has ever seen. Schubert's last instrumental compositions were the 3 pianoforte sonatas in C minor, A, and B flat, which were written according to Notebohm in September. The sonata in B flat is dated 26th September 1828. Here we cannot but note a slight falling off as compared with the sonatas in A minor, opus 42 and 143, the Fantasia in C, and the Fantasia Sonata in G. The most regular and well-proportioned of the last 3 sonatas is that in A. The first and second movements of the one in C are very fine, and there are many beauties in the work in B flat. But the first movement is marred by a diffuseness and dreaminess remarkable even for Schubert. The curious resemblance of the last movement to the corresponding portion of Beethoven's great quartet in B flat, opus 130, cannot fail to be remarked by musicians. On the whole, and despite much that is original and beautiful in these sonatas, they afford evidence of the enfeebled condition of their author, whose wondrous imagination was beginning to give way under increasing bodily weakness. It was Schubert's earnest desire to pay another visit this year to Upper Austria, and afterwards stay for a while with his hospitable friends, the Pachlers at Gratz. One feels a sense of indignation at learning that this design was not carried into execution solely by reason of his impoverished finances. Publication of his smaller pieces went on with tolerable regularity, but the amount of payment was in all instances so pitiably small that he had scarcely sufficient to meet his daily wants. It is well nigh certain that at no period of his life did his annual income amount to £100 of English money at its present valuation. Although he was forced to abandon his idea of a tour in the mountains of Styria, he still cherished the hope of visiting Gratz, as we learn by the correspondence which passed between Jenger and the Pachlers, for he seems to have anticipated some more liberal remittances as the result of offers from Schott, Brugmann, and other publishers in distant cities. But this help did not arrive, and on September 25th he wrote to Jenger as follows: "I have already given Haslinger the second portion of Winterreise. It is all up with my excursion to Gratz this year, for my monetary, like the weather prospects, are utterly gloomy and unfavourable. I accept with pleasure the invitation of Dr. Mentz, as I should be very glad to hear Baron Schönstein sing. On Saturday afternoon you can meet me at Bogner's Coffee House, Zingerstrasse, between 4 and 5 o'clock. Your friend, Schubert." Still another chance presented itself of escaping a while from the humdrum life of Vienna. Franz Lachner, Kapellmeister of the Kernerntor Theatre, was asked to superintend the production of his opera, Die Burgschaft, at Pest. He was intimate with Schubert, and Anton Schindler, Beethoven's biographer, who was resident at Pest, utilized this circumstance to invite Schubert to be present at the production of the opera. His letter proves that he was well acquainted with Schubert's character. "We propose," he says, "the following arrangements. You must make up your mind to give a private concert, where your vocal compositions must form the bulk of the program. People look for a thorough success, and as it is very well known that your shyness and careless habits prevent any large amount of activity and zeal on your part, let me tell you without hesitation that everyone here will labor cheerfully and enthusiastically to support you, whatever may be the amount of dead weight to be carried. Still, you must bring a few letters of introduction from and to your aristocratic friends. Lachner thinks there ought to be one from the Esterhazy family, and so do I. To win safely 100 florins thus is not a matter to be despised. Besides, other advantages may follow in due time. Well then, up, be alive. Don't waste time in thinking about it, and don't say no. None of your excuses, mind. You will be well backed up and firmly supported, and so God be with you. We all expect that you will be as pliable as possible and not prove yourself a stubborn animal." This was written on October 11th, and Schubert made no reply. Doubtless he felt himself already beyond traveling. Everything occurred to accelerate the fatal issue of his increasing bodily weakness. He suffered much from attacks of giddiness and headache, and by the recommendation of a physician he left Schober's house, where he had lived for some time, to stay with his brother Ferdinand, who had settled in the Wieden suburb, number 694, Firmiensgasse. Unfortunately, the house was new and damp, and instead of getting better, he began at once to get worse. At the beginning of October, however, he rallied considerably, and in company with his brother and 2 friends, took a short excursion of 5 days to Unterwaltersdorf and Eisenstadt. But shortly after his return to Vienna, his appetite entirely deserted him, and from thenceforward he scarcely tasted solid food. Still, he took walking exercise, and on November 3rd went to hear a performance of a requiem composed by Ferdinand. Next day he called upon the court organist, Sechter, to arrange with him for some lessons in counterpoint. Herein his native diffidence was once more illustrated, for although it cannot be said that he was a great contrapuntist, yet he knew sufficient of the art to write some effective fugal movements. Witness the Cum Sancto Spiritu in the Mass in F, and the Et Vitam Venturi in that in E flat. A week later he was compelled to take to his bed, feeling, as he said, no actual pain, but excessive weakness and depression. About this time he wrote a last letter to Schubert as follows: "Dear Schubert, I am ill. I have neither eaten nor drunk anything for 11 days, and shift weak and weary from my chair to my bed and back again. If I attempt to eat anything, it will not stay by me. Will you be so kind as to console me in this desperate condition by the loan of some more books? I have read Cooper's The Last of the Mohicans, The Spy, The Pilot, and The Pioneers. If you should have any more of his, I implore you to send them to me, or anything else. Your friend, Schubert." Even now he seems to have entertained no serious apprehensions, for he spent a couple of hours in correcting the proof sheets of the Winterreise, and even expressed an earnest wish for a new libretto of an opera. On the 16th there was a consultation of doctors, and it was thought that an attack of typhus fever was at hand. On the evening of the 17th he was quite delirious, but next day he slightly recovered and asked Ferdinand, "What is going to happen to me? What are they doing to me?" His brother and Dr. Behring spoke words of consolation and hope, but Schubert replied slowly and earnestly, "No, no, here is my end." Later he said in an agonized voice, "I entreat you to carry me to my own room, and don't leave me in this hole in the earth." What? Don't I deserve a place above ground? Ferdinand endeavored to persuade him that he was lying in his own room, but Franz replied, No, it is not true. Beethoven is not laid here. This was taken as evidence of his desire to rest near Beethoven, and the wish was reverently respected. At 3:00 on the afternoon of the 19th he passed peacefully away, after an illness which in its serious form had lasted scarcely more than a week. It cost 70 florins to remove the body to Währing cemetery, and the family could ill afford the expense. As Ferdinand says, "It is a large sum, a very large sum, but very little for the honour of Franz's resting place." Numbers of his friends came to the house on the 20th and decked his coffin with wreaths and garlands, and the laurel wreath was twisted round his temples. Next day the funeral took place, Schubert being chief mourner. The weather was wet, but a large crowd followed the procession from the parish church, where a musical service was performed, to the Währing churchyard. Here all that was mortal of Franz Schubert was consigned to a grave, only separated by 3 others from that of Beethoven. Thus the 2 glorious masters rest side by side in death, and the world has now agreed to regard the younger with scarcely less fervent love and admiration than the elder. The many friends of the deceased master busied themselves with ardour and unanimity to render every possible honour to his memory. On November 27th, the Kirchen Musikverein performed Mozart's Requiem, and on December 23rd, a Requiem by Anshelm Hüttenbrenner was given at the Augustiner Kirche. There was a general desire to erect a monument over the grave, and as his father and brothers had exhausted their means in the expenses of the funeral, a chamber concert was given at the Musikverein on January 30th for the purpose. This was so successful that it was repeated, and the net result was a profit of 360 florins, a sum sufficient to meet the expenses of the Requiem as well as that of the memorial. The design of the latter was sketched by Schubert, and the epitaph was composed by Franz Grillparzer. The sentiment of the opening lines, "Here lies buried a rich treasure, but yet more glorious hopes," provoked the displeasure of the few who thoroughly comprehended the value of Schubert's artwork, and their feelings are now shared by musicians universally. Schubert was indeed developing new powers when death cut short his creative energy, but the same may be said of Mozart, in a less degree of Mendelssohn, and even of Beethoven himself. On the other hand, the labours of Schubert's brief existence have given him a place in music as clear and well defined as that of any of the great masters, and of scarcely less value than the best of them. Before we proceed to consider the art aspect of Schubert's life, it is necessary to revert for an instant to his personality. We have seen how the coldness and indifference of the world generally towards him was compensated to some extent by the hearty sympathy and love of a few congenial spirits, whose unselfish devotion to his interests must have consoled him for the rebuffs he had to encounter elsewhere. The subtle influence which Schubert exercised over those with whom he was brought into close contact was not to be accounted for by any graces of person or manner. Kreisel tells us that he was under the average height, round-backed and shouldered, with plump arms and hands, and short fingers. He had a round and puffy face, low forehead, thick lips, bushy eyebrows, and a short turned-up nose, giving him something of a Negro aspect. This description does not coincide with our ideas of one in whom either intellectual or imaginative qualities were strongly developed. Only in animated conversation did his eye light up and show by its fire and brilliancy the splendour of the mind within. Add to this that in society Schubert's manner was awkward, the result of an unconquerable diffidence and bashfulness when in the presence of strangers. He was even less fitted than Beethoven to shine in the salon of the Viennese aristocracy, for his capacity as an executive musician was more limited. But he was far more companionable among his intimate acquaintances, and perhaps his greatest, and certainly his most frequent pleasure, was to discuss music over a friendly glass in some cosy tavern. It would be entirely unjust to say that he was a drunkard, but he was not over-cautious in his potations, and frequently took more than was prudent or consistent with a regard for health. This weakness was purely the result of his fondness for genial society, for he was not a solitary drinker, and invariably devoted the early part of the day to work. The enormous mass of his compositions sufficiently proves his capacity for hard and unremitting labor, and no diminution of energy was observable to the very last. It is not easy for us at this distance of time, and with our colder northern temperament, to comprehend the romantic feelings of attachment subsisting between Schubert and some of his friends, feelings which, however, are by no means rare among the impulsive youth of South Germany. But his naive simplicity, cheerful and eminently sociable disposition, insensibility to envy, and incorruptible modesty were qualities calculated to transform the respect due to his genius into a strong personal liking. Schubert was in truth a child of nature, one whom to know was to love, for his faults might be summed up into a general incapacity to understand his own interests, and it might be said of him as truly as of anyone that he was no man's enemy save his own, thus reversing Shakespeare's words: "The good which he did lives after him, the evil was interred with his bones." The services Schubert rendered to art may best be estimated by imagining for an instant the gap which would be created were his work to be blotted out of existence. In the cursory observation on his compositions in these pages, less prominence has been given to his Lieder than to his works in other departments of musical art. This has been done with design, for although happily it is no longer the custom to consider Schubert exclusively or principally as a songwriter, yet the extent and value of his larger works are still very imperfectly recognized, and much splendid music has still to be brought to light. But when all has been said, it is as the monarch of the Lied that Schubert's greatness and individuality shine forth most distinctly. This is not the place to enter upon a lengthy disquisition on the characteristics of the German Lied, interesting as such inquiry might be. In its stores of national, or more properly speaking, folk music, Germany is richer than any other nation. But various causes had combined to produce a period of depression, and in South Germany the influence of Italian opera had for a time crushed the Lied as a form of art. The genius of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven struggled not altogether effectually against this anti-national feeling, but a reaction had already commenced, and Schubert flourished precisely at the right moment to take advantage of the treasures of modern German poetry created by Goethe, Heine, and others, in whom the true Teutonic fire burst forth with more or less splendor. It has been said by one who wrote enthusiastically of Schubert that he would gradually have set the whole of German literature to music had he lived long enough. He had but to read a poem once or twice, and its most appropriate expression by means of music came to him readily and without further mental effort. It was, of course, impossible for him to evoke beautiful ideas from worthless verse, and among his 600 songs we find side by side with some of supreme loveliness others of scarcely any value. This arises from the fact that he was perfectly indifferent as to his materials, his fertile imagination constantly hungering to link itself with some shape or form, whether beautiful or commonplace. It is in the durchkomponiertes Lied, as contrasted with the strophic Lied, that his genius was most fully displayed. Our English ballad is a tolerably near equivalent of the latter, but in the former each line of the poem suggests its own musical illustration, though without any intrusion of recitative or sacrifice of rhythm. An extensive volume might be written on Schubert's Lieder, and the best evidence of their power lies in the influence they have had on later composers who have worked in the same direction. Mendelssohn's songs, despite their melodic and purely lyrical beauty, are somewhat lacking in depth, but Schumann understood thoroughly the poetic significance of the Lied. Among living musicians, Robert Franz, a composer too little recognized in this country, has labored most effectively in this domain, and some of Brahms's Lieder are unexceptionable in every sense. If in other branches of composition Schubert did not succeed in founding a school, he made his mark which thoughtful musicians cannot fail to recognize. His use of the orchestra is tinged with a decided individuality, more especially in his treatment of the wind. The delicious writing for the wood in the Andante con moto of the unfinished symphony will recur to the minds of musicians, and the coloring produced by piano harmonies of the brass in some of his works is altogether novel. This feeling for the tender and melancholy in orchestration must have been intuitive, as he had no opportunity of testing his effects in his later and nobler works. The beauty and poetry of the last quartets, trios, and pianoforte sonatas have never been equaled, much less surpassed, and the heavenly length, want of proportion, and diffuseness of some of the movements cease, after due familiarity, to detract from the charm, particularly as certain of the more prominent composers of the present day are prone to indulge in these faults to even greater excess. It has already been pointed out that Schubert comparatively failed in operatic composition, partly as a consequence of his own peculiar idiosyncrasies, and partly because he was singularly unfortunate in the subjects given him to set. We cannot advise the revival of his lyric dramas on the stage, but the scores of these works should be published, especially Alfonso and Estrella and Fierabras, as they doubtless contain many gems which would prove most attractive in the concert room. In the realm of church music, Schubert was far more successful. The masses in F, G, and E flat are superior in refinement and true religious style to any of Haydn or Mozart, the Requiem of the latter excepted, and may worthily take rank with Beethoven's setting of the Sacred Office in C. Schubert's Mass in F, composed at the age of 17, is as remarkable an evidence of early genius as any of the better-known works of Mendelssohn's boyhood. It may be said of Schubert, more truly than of any other composer, that his history had in one sense only commenced when he ceased to exist. His comparatively sudden and unlooked-for death caused an outburst of grief among those who knew him best, and the various means taken to express this feeling have been here recorded. But these demonstrations were no more than are frequently paid to musicians who have acquired some local fame, and whom admirers and friends would fain persuade the world to accept as men of genius. A large number of compositions were disposed of by the relatives to Diaboli, and publication proceeded steadily for some 5 or 6 years. But after 1830, the stream consisted chiefly of songs and other vocal works, and then it almost dried up. The Lieder penetrated to France, where they became exceedingly popular, and from thence a few examples made their way to England. There seemed now a probability that Schubert's fame would rest entirely upon his songs. But the mantle of genius had meanwhile descended upon 2 musicians who were speedily led by instinct to inquire more particularly into a noble heritage left uncared for and contemned. In 1838, Schumann visited Vienna, and took the opportunity to examine the stores of music in the possession of Ferdinand Schubert. Among these was the score of the great symphony in C, which Schumann persuaded Ferdinand to send to Leipzig. Mendelssohn, who was conductor of the Gewandhaus concerts at the time, was enchanted with the work, and it was performed for the first time on March 22nd, 1839. The Leipzig public, far more intelligent than that of Vienna, at once recognized its worth, and it soon became a stock favorite. Yet in spite of this, the symphony was not heard in Vienna until 1850, when it met with a cold reception. Truly, a prophet has no honor in his own country. In 1844, Mendelssohn brought the work to London with a view of introducing it at the Philharmonic concerts. But at the rehearsal, the members of the band made such wry faces, and the few listeners expressed such unfavorable opinions, that he withdrew it angrily together with his own overture to Ruy Blas. Thanks to the enthusiastic advocacy of Schumann and Mendelssohn, his works gradually became known on the continent, but his proper position in England dates from the establishment of the Monday Popular and Crystal Palace concerts. Owing in the first instance to the unceasing efforts of Mr. George Grove, it may be said that nowhere did the music of Schubert meet with more appreciation than by the English public when it had once been properly placed before them. It was even said a few years since that there was now greater danger of Schubert being over than underestimated. That can scarcely be the case. Clearness of outline, conciseness, and formal beauty are excellent things in musical works. But an exquisite fancy, a noble imagination, and a lofty poetical spirit are of infinitely greater account, and no one ever possessed these inestimable gifts in richer profusion than Franz Schubert. End of section 17. End of Schubert by Henry Frederick Frost.